Hi, everybody. Let me make sure that the sound is good. Okay, I can hear myself. Let me mute music. Yeah, for some reason this was not showing up until I went live. Until I turned on the live, this was not showing up. I actually set the stream up for yesterday, the Sabbath, but I had to do my grandchild's hair. But this was not showing up. Yeah, this was not showing up at all, like notifications or anything when I was on my other channel, on my like main channel. Yeah, so that's telling. How are you guys doing today? Yes, let's talk about now. I no longer use, and perhaps I'll do, y'all willing, a video going more into detail why I no longer refer to our Messiah, who is referenced in the quote unquote New Testament. Um, I no longer refer to him as Jesus, or I try to refrain from, but for the sake of us being on the same page, understanding, because I know that many of you may still um, refer to the Messiah spoken of in the quote unquote so called New Testament. Um, I know that many of you still like my I have siblings who still say Jesus, although they know that we are of Yasharel or Israel, but they still say Jesus. They still pray in the name of Jesus. And I don't, I don't try to, especially these being my older siblings, who I have respect for and who helped me to come to the truth. I don't really, they'll still, however, pray in the name of Jesus. Although, like my brothers, they know that they are Israel, you know. But like I say, I don't really nitpick at that. I don't really. Hopefully, we will all come to know of the true name of our Messiah and our Heavenly Father, Yahuwah. Yeah, I try to also, I no longer say the modern English translation Jehovah, as I've been saying for years. Although my daughter, who attends the Kingdom Hall and studies with Jehovah's Witnesses, she still says, Jehovah. And I don't really, because well, I maybe I'll do a video going more into that. But I am not understand. I'm not one of those people who are nitpicking at people because they may still stay pray in the name of Jesus. Because it was said that we would be in being taken captive, that we'd be how you doing, a spirit of justice? Uh yeah, it was said that we would be uh forced to speak a language that is not of our origin. So this is expected. Uh, yeah. But understand, I do refer to, or I try to, even though it may still be a habit, me saying Jesus, Jehovah, God, Lord. Yeah, those saying those titles and names might still be habitual, being that those were names and titles that I had been saying for years. Um, I try to refrain from using now when I pray, I try to say Yahuwah for our Heavenly Father and Yahushua for our Messiah. And perhaps y'all willing, I'll go more into why that is, okay? But I know you've heard that there was no letter J. I'm not gonna go all into that now, okay? But however, if you notice, I put Jesus because I was like, should I put the Messiah? Should I put Yahushua? But I put Jesus because I understand that many of us, perhaps the majority, um, well, I do know that many of our people, quote unquote, Black Americans, many of us are Christian and may still pray and in the name of Jesus. So, for the sake of us all being on the same page, all right, I'm gonna, that's why I put it in quotation, quote unquote, Jesus, so that you know who I'm talking about. All right, okay. Just like me, still, even I don't believe that we should any longer be referring to ourselves as Black people. All right, this is not about me rejecting melanin now. I'm not having jumped on the raccoon train. That it's not about that. Okay, it's just I've come to a better understanding of certain things, like a spiritual awakening of certain things. Okay, but being that I know that we're still, and even by law, even by census, we are still um, labeled as black people. Okay, so I may still use that term because, for one, it's a force of habit. All right, and two, so that we can be on the same page, understanding. So you got that. And let me tell you right now, there are those of you, like many of you, who say that you are Christian. You say that this should not matter what I'm talking about, what I'm about to talk about. The possible quote unquote race, even though I know that race is a concocted concept. Okay, it should be more about lineage, not race. But and even in the case of lineage, there are many of you who feel that it does not matter. It should not matter. This should not matter. Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you right now. If that's what you believe, then you don't even need to be in this. If you believe that's so strong to the point where I shouldn't even be talking about it, or there shouldn't even be any curiosity provoked, then this ain't the stream for you. I'm telling you right now. You can go ahead and click out. There's what reason, if it doesn't matter to you whatsoever, if it shouldn't matter to you, it doesn't matter to you, then why are you even paying attention to this? You should be like right away, like, oh, this is race talk. This is race baiting. This has nothing to do with you should right away, if that's how you feel, you don't even need to be in this live stream. You don't even need to listen. You don't even need to listen. Okay? But I understand. I have the understanding that the covenant with Yasharel has not been done away with. Okay? With the particular descendants of Abraham, of Isaac, of Jacob. And I know that it is also said that it is when we as Yasharel remember who we are, but not just remember who we are, but repent, go back to keeping the covenant. I know that in us doing this, we will be free from the curses. And it's the truth that shall set us free. But no, now it's not just about knowing who we are. We who are the descendants of Yasharel, whose ancestors made that initial covenant that was not to be broken or done away with. Yeah, I mean, of course, we have to repent. There's more to it than just knowing who we are. But it does say that is when we remember who we are. Hold on, dude. Let me see. But you have to understand that for us to remember how can we do that if we don't have no clue of the lineage that we derive from? How are we going to be able to do that? And if you believe that the original covenant that was made with the quote unquote Israelites, or those of Yasharel, if you do believe that it has not been done away with, then we're going to need to know. We're going to have to know something, And let's just say, for the sake of curiosity, there's nothing wrong with you guys, excuse me, I'm kind of all over the place because I got so much information that I want to share. But let me go into it. All right. But like I said, if you feel that this is something that we don't need to know and this is not important, then this ain't the live stream for you. But you guys, excuse me, being that I'm all over the place, maybe I should do this more in video form, in a shorter, more polished, more edited video form. But now I just feel like the time is now, being that it's taking me too long to put together videos, and I just don't have that, it's sad to say, that energy or that spirit and motivation that I used to have to make the videos. And perhaps I am lazy, but yeah, I am triggered to talk about this because we are in critical times. And I can't wait to get myself together to put together more edited, polished videos. You could tell that right now this is very much on impulse, although I know that I do need to be a little more prepared. You can tell the way I'm talking, I'm not as prepared. But y'all willing, I pray that the spirit is in me, Heavenly Father. So who's your name? Heavenly Father, I pray that the spirit is in me so that I can still do this, because I do feel motivated to talk about this now. Okay. And I've been holding back. And I wanted you to know that with the images that I may share, like like artistic renderings, etc., paintings, if I do happen to show photos and footage, understand that much of this information, this was information that I had garnered years before they've gotten so advanced with this AI technology. So understand, I am not, these are, you could look on my, if you notice, I got a lot of folders when I open up and show you my Google page, or on my screen. You'll see that I have like folders, bookmarks. This is information, and being that I've been in YouTube and social media for quite some years now, now certain information I have lost over time, being that I've had like computer crashes, etc. But a lot of this information that I have gathered, I've had it for years before all of this really advanced AI technology. So I'm not going to be showing you paintings. Even if I show you some relatively recent paintings, and I'll make sure to let you know. I'm not, this isn't AI, because I know that there are some people, I don't know if I would trust too much today that it's presented, because people can concoct these images that may look like an older painting or relief or something. You find out that it's AI technology. You know what I'm saying? So it's real easy it's even easier to lie to us today. We've been lied to for centuries, but it's even easier to lie to us today. All right. But let me go ahead and get into this. How might the Messiah have looked? Now, we don't know exactly how he looked, but we can have an idea of his lineage. If you want to say racial background, fine. But but there's a reason why especially we as Yasharel, need to know this. Even though y'all may say, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about just this concept of race. Okay. But this is more so about lineage. And it is very important, it's very crucial that our people, not just Yahuda, but Yasharel and the other nations, they are going to know, and they need to know too, especially if there have been people who have been chosen to be a light to the nation or representative of the Most High Yahuwah. Now, was it necessarily about something special in the DNA of Abraham or our ancestors who were righteous? Going back to Abraham, was it necessarily something about anything special in his DNA? No, it was more about his faith and his relationship with the Most High Yahuwah. Okay? So although this can be seen as a privilege, being chosen as, that's why his descendants were chosen, his relationship with the Most High Yahuwah. But there's also a responsibility that comes with that. And so we need to definitely know, and if we don't know who we are or the lineage that we come from, how can you know where you're going if you don't know where you came from? So for those of you who say it don't matter, well, okay, if it don't matter to you, then fine. But it matters to me, and we're gonna find out how much it matters, especially considering the time that we're in right now. Okay. And look at what's going on right now. And you were still wondering why this is happening. But anyways, let's talk more specifically about the Messiah, the one who is commonly today maybe referred to as Jesus still. Okay, so let me do a screen share. Let me go ahead into it. Love for more people to be up in here, but it is what it is. Even if it's only just 5 of you or 4 of you, then hey, it's all good. All right. So when I type in Google earliest paintings of Jesus, now I'm still using the name Jesus because I know that's what's expected to be used. How you doing, Royale? Thanks for letting your presence be known. Okay, so I noticed when I type in earliest depictions of Jesus, yeah, this is what you see here in Google Images. All right, earliest depictions or artistic renderings. In history, the earliest artistic renderings of the Messiah spoken of in the scriptures, or prophesied in the scriptures and spoken of in what we may now refer to as the New Testament. Yeah, this is what you're going to see. So offhand, I'm going to, yeah, you would get the idea, as we've had for years, that now we know that he didn't look like, okay, I think we pretty much, you should know that he didn't look, like what we're used to seeing. This is the image that's, become most popular. You should know by now that, more than likely he didn't have this alabaster, especially coming from the region where he came from. Now, you should know by now. Hey, how you doing, Golden Now? I'm glad to see you here. Spirit of Justice as well. All right. Now, you should know by now. I think people pretty much know by now that this is conceptual. This is an idea of, more than likely he didn't have skin this bright, considering that he came out of the region, the so-called Middle East. Yeah, more than likely he didn't look like this. And especially when you consider the customs, the culture, the hairstyle. This more, like some people say, that this is a more hippie looking, and perhaps in another video we'll go more into where this particular image of Jesus that's become the most, in the last couple of centuries, this has been the image, pretty much the image that you'll see in films. Now, I know when I used to study with Jehovah's Witnesses, I know that now they would have Yeah, they would have an image. But I even noticed with the images that the Jehovah's Witnesses would use in their publications from watchtower.org. Hey, how you doing, Black by Popular Demand? I would notice that even with their image. Now, when I was a child, like when I first started going to the Kingdom Hall with my auntie and uncle and grandma, maternal, on my maternal side, when I first started going to the Kingdom Hall with them, and they had the My Book of Bible Stories, they, like they would have an image that was more like this because they felt that, yeah, they didn't use the long-haired image. They gave some consideration to the custom and all. Let me see, like what would they have in the My Book of Bible Stories? This had became the image as a kid that I became used to, and I was content with this image from the old My Book of Bible Stories. Let me see. Yeah, like we were also taught that he wasn't on a cross or a towel cross, but he was more so on the stake when he was crucified. And yeah, they would have an image. I'm trying to. My Book of Bible. Oh, I meant stories. And I felt for years that this image that they had was a little more fitting. I was okay with this, and it seemed a little more realistic, kind of very similar to this image of Adam here, Adam and Eve. Yeah, okay, this is a better example. If I can, oh, I got too many tabs open, so I got to close some of these tabs to open another. But yeah, but you get what I'm saying. But even with the Jehovah's Witness pub now I haven't been to a Kingdom Hall in a while, although my daughter studies with, I'm not, she's a grown, she's a grown woman in 30, so I can't really tell her what to do like that, but or what exactly she should believe or can try to. But yeah, even with hold on. Even now, I notice even with the Kingdom Hall, the depictions in their watchtower, they're appearing more and more Caucasian, more Anglo leaning. When they weren't, yeah, like I'm seeing images now like this. And this is it. I noticed even with the Jehovah's Witness, the Watchtower org, their image of Christ. I can't click it. I can't open anymore. I know that they're getting whiter and whiter. This is something I'm noticing. Like, what did he look? Yeah, I noticed that the eyes are getting lighter, and where they used to have them with the Jehovah's Witness, depicted with like darker hair, darker eyes. The hair even looked a little more textured. It used to look a little more textured. The early '80s image that I had as a child of Jesus and from the Jehovah's Witness publications. But I'm noticing even with their depictions, it's kind of the hair is getting straighter, and even in some cases, it looked like the eyes, like what I just showed you guys, look like the eyes are even getting lighter. And this is a more recent like concoction of what they believe the actual Jew Jesus looked like. Yeah, so they're kind of going away from, in these depictions, they're kind of going away from this image. My mother actually had a picture like this. Yes, my mother, pro-black as she was, she still had like a picture like this. Probably a lot of y'all moms had, quote unquote, black moms had pictures like this. My mama was still like Esther Roll. Um, yeah. But so they supposedly they're giving us now a more, yeah, what we're supposed to believe is a more realistic But is it really all that realistic? It's still Caucasian. If you understand, even if he's not Anglo-Saxon looking, still Caucasian. And like I said, when they'll usually show us as the earliest depiction. Now this kind of looks more like the Caesar Borgia or the more modern Jesus here. They'll show you this. This is what they'll give you, and giving you the earliest depictions. Let's go on to Wikipedia. Now, what's interesting though, they didn't use this. This wasn't the image. Yeah, the depiction of Jesus in pictorial form dates back to the early Christian art and architecture, as anachronism in Christianity was rejected within the ante-Nicene period. It took several centuries to reach a conventional, standardized form of for his physical appearance, which has subsequently. Wait, I thought I was sharing this tab. I guess I'm not. Which was subsequently. Which has subsequently remained largely stable since that time. Most images of Jesus have in common a number of traits which are now almost universally associated with Jesus, although variants are seen. Okay, now they're saying that this is a mural painting from the Catacomb of Comedilia. Okay, the Catacomb of, and they're saying one of the first bearded images of Jesus, late 4th century. So sometime around from 300, to like 399 AD. Okay. Yeah, so this is like from the 4th century, from the late 4th century. All right, from the catacomb of Comedilia. Oh, this is kind of hard because I got so many tabs up, and for me to get to these next tabs, I got to close some tabs. I realize I have got to close the tabs if I'm going to get to these other ones. Give me a sec, y'all, because I got to close some tabs. So yes, they're saying, even though this is not what Wikipedia used to use, but they're now saying, give me a second, y'all, because I can't get to these other. Okay, now what are just so you know, the catacombs of Rome, giving you a Wikipedia. Okay, the catacombs of Rome are ancient catacombs, underground burial places in and around Rome, of which there are at least 40 some rediscovered since 1578, others as late as the 1950s. There are more than 50 catacombs, okay, underground burial places, all right, in the underground of Rome, in which about 150 kilometers of tunnels run. Though most famous for Christian burials, either in separate catacombs or mixed together, Jews and also adherents of a variety of pagan Roman religions were also, remember that, buried in these catacombs beginning in the 2nd century AD, occasioned by the Roman ban on burials within the city and almost as a response to overcrowding and shortage of land. All right. Yeah. So it says the Christian catacombs are extremely important for the history of early Christian art, as they contain the great majority of examples from before 400 AD in fresco and sculpture, as well as gold glass medallions, etc., etc., etc. The Jewish, quote unquote, Jewish catacombs are similarly important for study of the quote unquote, well, I'm saying quote unquote, Jewish culture at this early period. Okay. So these are ancient burial places underground in Rome. Of course, we know that the Hebrews, descendants of Abraham, were not European, they were not Italian, they were not Roman, but understand, during the time of the Messiah, the Grecians and the Romans, primarily the Romans, being in positions of power at that time and having authority over our people at that time, because they were the world power at that time. Do you understand? Just like, when you consider the Western world, United Nations, United States, today. Okay. Yeah. So And more specifically, the catacombs of Comedilia is a 3-level underground burial complex forming one of the catacombs in Rome. It is cited. Okay, etc. Okay. All right. So that's where they got that particular image. I got to close some of these tabs. It's kind of hard for me to navigate because I got so many tabs open. I'm realizing it's making it difficult for me in doing this stream, but I know that, yeah, but let's look at this on the catacombs of Rome. You see these images here. Okay. And you're going to notice this is something I also want to point out. Remember what I talked about in my ancient Egypt series on the restorations, because they may show us these images lighter than they actually are. Okay, and going back to this so-called depiction, I gotta close some of these tabs so that I can be able to get to the other tabs. Yeah, it's ain't allowing me to move around. I got too many tabs open. Okay, let's look at this. 6 of the oldest images of our Lord Jesus Christ. This is from churchpop.com. Okay, we don't know what Jesus looked like. The Bible doesn't give a detailed description. The earliest images of Jesus that we have today come from around the 3rd century. They vary fairly widely in how they depict Jesus, so they can't necessarily be taken to be accurate. They are interesting to check out nonetheless. Here are 6 of the earliest surviving images of Jesus. Enjoy. Okay, now I've shown this Alexamenos graffito from the 1st to 3rd century. This was believed to be mockery of the Messiah. Now, I have shown this image here in my video. Yes, please check out. You need to check out the video I did. Now, I did that in video form. Check out the video that I had uploaded to, I got it on this channel. Quote unquote, Jesus did exist. Okay. Yeah, it was believed that this image was a mockery. This from the 1st to 3rd century. Yeah, because it's got like the head, what appears to be like the head of a donkey or some sort of equestrian. Yeah. Okay, the Good Shepherd. We're gonna look at this 3rd century. The Good Shepherd image is found in the St. Castillo catacomb in Rome and is believed to have been painted around the 3rd century. Check out the image here. Adoration of the Magi, 3rd century. This is the Magi. Okay. This is a picture of the cast of a sarcophagus that is in Vatican museums. It shows the scene of the Magi adoring the Christ child. Now, was he actually referred to as Christ? But anyways, adoring the Christ child, and is dated to the 3rd century. Healing of the paralytic, 3rd century. A lot of these images I have in my folders, my collection. This painting is on the wall of the baptistry of a church in a long abandoned city in Syria. It depicts the story of the healing of the paralytic found in Mark II, Mark 2, and is dated to the Mark 2, chapter 2, and is dated to the mid 3rd century. This appears in a cemetery. You see this image here. Now, I would still assume, despite how dark the image may look, I would still assume that this was a Caucasian man, even if not Anglo-Saxon, even if not quote-unquote white. This appears in a cemetery in an imperial villa that belonged to Constantine. Remember, now, if you know anything, now I learned about Constantine when I was a young child, and when I was a child in the 80s, I learned from Jehovah's Witnesses. In fact, Constantine, he made a lot of changes. Okay, this is dated to the 4th century. Constantine, there was a lot Yeah. And this is very interesting. This is an image that you're going to see, yeah, used as they love using this image as an earlier depiction of quote unquote Jesus. Pantocrator, 6th century. That's what it says here. This is the oldest surviving panel icon of Jesus and is found at St. Catherine's Monastery on Mount Sinai. Okay. So you see, and notice Pantocrator. This is the image that's more commonly used along with this image here. And you see here this video here, restoration, is showing them in the catacombs. This is just 7 months ago, and I noticed that they're putting more. Now, remember when I talked about restorations? In part, I believe 11 of my Ancient Egypt series. Do I have it still on this channel? Or did I have it on private? Or maybe yeah. These repaintings or restorations where they're updating the reliefs, the carvings, the paintings. They're doing these like restorations. And in doing some of these restorations, if I may point it out, yeah. If I may point out, I want y'all to remember, this here. Now, if you should know that the Apocrypha represent those books that were hidden, that were once part of the biblical canon, but they were removed. Okay, there's definitely proof evidence of this. Yeah, First Maccabees. Remember what it says. Hold on. Oh gosh, I'm having difficulties, y'all, because I got all these tabs open. I want y'all to remember this now. First Maccabees. That's why do you think that with this BibleOnline.org, why do you think they make sure to have the Apocrypha scriptures listed? Because this was a part of the biblical canon. Okay, and laid open, First Maccabees 3:48, and laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen, representing like those Gentiles, had sought to paint the likeness of their image. Let me see so we can get this in. Let me sorry guys. Okay, let me get it in fuller context. Okay, First Maccabees 3. Okay, let me start 46. Wherefore the Israelites assembled themselves together and came to Mashpah over against Jerusalem. For in Mashpah was the place where they prayed aforetime in Israel. Then they fasted that day and put on sackcloth and cast ashes upon their foreheads and rent their clothes and laid open the book of the law, wherein they laid open the book of the law, the scriptures, wherein the heathen, these Gentiles nations, that sought to paint the likeness of their image. So they have been doing this for a long time. And the heathen or the Gentiles at that time, they might have even been of a dark complexion themselves, more than likely. But they have been for years. This is something that they've been doing going way back. Painting, painting the prophets and the Messiah, and painting the prophets and those spoken of in the scriptures, King David, Solomon. They've been for years doing this, where they're painting or giving these artistic renderings in their likeness. And this is also what Esau has been doing, the descendants of Edom. Okay, yeah, so this is to be expected. This is to be expected. I'm trying to find that one. This is to be expected. Give you more of an idea what I'm talking about. Well, this is some. Yeah, I don't want to share nothing that I know is AI. Now this ain't no AI image here. This is an actual picture here. This is, you see, this is to be expected. You see him? He's doing, this is a real photo, doing a restoration. Notice, yeah, this is a restoration process. So this is to be expected. But anyways, let me get back to addressing. I close these tabs. Yeah, so you see him here. Restoration project of the catacombs of Comadelia. And I noticed they've been putting more focus. Forgive me for any mispronunciations, by the way. Oh, Comadelia or Comadia. See, you can look at this right here. You can look at this right here and tell that this has been repainted. This looks very fresh. Now, I'm not exactly sure what this is a picture of. But it looks very fresh. It looks freshly painted or repainted. Yeah. But let me show you something though. Yeah, see, there's that. Hold on. There's that picture. There's that image that's being used. There it is right there. That's the image that's being right here. That's this right here. The mural painting from the Catacomb of Comadia. One of the first bearded images of Jesus, late 4th century. And this is the catacombs of Priscilla in Rome.
Short and held children.
Oh. Okay, just to give you an idea. Okay, but let me show you. I remember watching the History Channel. I used to love watching the History Channel. And this is years ago. When did this air? Because I remember when it aired, because I was watching it. I think that was before I was in YouTube even. I came in YouTube 2008. But I remember it was a special, hold on, I'm going to find it. It was a special on the Roman catacombs. History, let me see, History Channel. I want to get the exact year that aired. Okay, it was the year 2000. History's Mysteries, Catacombs of Rome. Yes, this had aired in the year 2000. Yeah, on the History Channel. It was the year 2000. I watched it. I remember watching it. I sure did. When it aired, because I used to love watching stuff on the History Channel. Oh yeah, Passion of the Christ movie. Yeah, but it's so accurate. Yeah. Um, yeah, and I remember watching this. Now I had already knew, even if I wasn't totally certain on certain things, but I had already been taught from my brother going back to the '80s, late '80s now, that the Messiah and those spoken under the Bible were quote unquote black. I had already, been taught that, even if I didn't totally embrace it yet. But I had already been taught that. But I remember when I was watching this. Okay, so this is from the Fair Use, Fair Use. Am I sharing it? Yeah. And they were going through the now somebody uploaded this. This was uploaded in 2013 by the True Hebrew. Maybe I have a feeling maybe I should speed it up just in case. Just in case. I don't want to have copyright issues. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand. Did they, because understand our people were in Rome, our people were in Europe. Definitely, you're going to find this out more and more. Our people were in Europe. All right. But did they call themselves Christians though? This is what they're referring to them as. They didn't necessarily. That's the thing. Did they actually refer to themselves as Christians? Not saying that they didn't believe the Messiah, but did they refer to themselves as Christians? But anyways, but we get the. And then I remember when I was watching this, I was like, do they realize what they're showing here? Wait. You guys can see. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You guys were not seeing what I'm sharing. Ah, forgive me. I'm like the whole time playing this. I gotta play it again. Oh, I gotta get it together. It's the way the StreamYard and stuff got it set up. It's kind of difficult, y'all. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. But I hope y'all with me. It's almost like it takes me like an hour to even really get warmed up. Um,
A dead man may neither be burned nor buried within the walls of the city. Such was the decree of Roman law between the 2nd and 4th century AD. This strict rule about how corpses were to be disposed of was imposed on all residents of Rome. Most Romans were pagan and preferred to be cremated. Their ashes were stored in small urns above ground. But the ancient Christians and Jews of Rome insisted on burial of their dead.
okay, they saying the ancient Christians and Jews of Rome. So who are they? Yeah.
Wealthy citizens had lined the roads just outside the city with family tombs. These tombs were called catacombas, which is Greek for at the hollows. The name came from the natural hollow spaces that lined the Via Appia, one of the ancient roads that led to and from Rome. Into these hollow spaces, the first Christian cemetery was built above ground. It is from these early catacombas that the catacombs of Rome evolved. More clues about these early practices come from nearby paintings.
The paintings in the catacombs give us some of our best clues to what early Christian practice really was. And you have pictures of mixed groups of people sitting around tables, drinking wine, and eating bread. And this was a very touchingly simple kind of a ceremony.
Now I'm like looking at this like, wait a minute. When I was watching this back when it aired like in 2000, I was like, do they realize, what they're showing here? Because I'm looking at the hair and I'm looking at these artistic renderings. I understand that, You know, this is very, very long ago. This is centuries ago. And yeah, and it's expected that, you know, there's going to be dust, things are going to be dusty, dirty, but you can see the differentiation between the whiter looking walls and the darker looking skin. There's a great differentiation. And then even when you look at the hair, but no, it gets, I was like, wait a minute, what am I seeing here? I'm like, wait, what am I seeing here? What is this? Like, do they realize what they is the History Channel? Do they realize what they're showing right here? Now, I'm sure that there have been restorations since then, but you gotta understand, a lot of this was before everybody had access to the internet, so they probably didn't even think of. Like, I'm noticing now in Google Books, where they used to have to give us access to the libraries and the books just as they were written in raw. Yeah, but I'm noticing now things are being removed. I'll go back to certain bookmarks. You can't see this page. You got to pay like $500 some dollars for this book when they used to allow. Yeah, see the thing is they didn't figure that we would. They're not thinking that we're gonna go to these catacombs in Rome or go to a museum in Cairo. They don't think that we're gonna do that, you know, and especially back then. So they probably didn't really think about changing, hiding, or you know, yeah, they probably wasn't really thinking about it like that. Okay.
Groups of people sitting around tables, drinking wine, and eating bread. And this was a very touchingly simple kind of a ceremony.
And they probably, maybe they didn't think we were watching the History Channel. I sure was watching. I've been watching the History Channel and A&E since I was a kid in the 80s. I used to love watching, so they probably don't think we're watching. Even, you know, they all, you know, that saying, if you want to hide something from a Negro, put it in a book. Yeah, they're assuming that we don't read or even watch such things on television. But I was definitely, me being, you know, if you want to say we're a kid, I was even watching the History Channel back when I was a kid in the 80s because it always fascinated me. History and yeah, and travel and all of that. It always fascinated me anyway. So yeah, I definitely used to. I stopped watching the History Channel. They started getting too much into aliens stuff, and then also when they like, I used to love ancient mysteries of the Bible, but then when I saw them going in this kind of Gnostic direction, going in that Da Vinci Code direction, yeah, that's when I kind of stopped. But anyways.
Scholars believe that this simple communal meal of the early Christians freely adopted Greek and Roman symbols and mythology for inspiration in the catacombs. Many walls depict Hercules, the great mythological hero who was famous for his courage and strength.
And even with this image here, so this tells you, and I believe that Hercules, like when I hear that H-E-R, Heru, you know, I think Edom. I also think Horites, but I think Edom. But this also gives you an idea, because if you understand the legend of Hercules, it may have been even inspired by Nimrod, but it's something I believe that goes back to Esau. But you know, being Hercules, like being one of the first quote unquote mythological superheroes, or you know. But this also give you an idea though of how Esau looked, how the Edomites. Many of them look like Edom.
Here, Hercules is killing the multi-headed Hydra of Lerna, which could grow 2 new heads for each one it lost. Of the Good Shepherd.
The Good Shepherd.
Now you see this image of the Good Shepherd. Notice how now they're showing you. They've got the video camera, you know, within the. You'll notice when you see this image of the Good Shepherd here from the catacombs. You'll notice how they'll have the image. Hold on. Oh, goodness. You'll notice how they have the image. Let me see. Let me go to the catacomb painting. Notice how they're showing it here. Now, we could say maybe it was dark in that cave. Notice how it'll look light. Notice how they'll purposely, like, okay, like this is from St. Albert's Catholic, some site, some Catholic site. Notice how they'll make sure to show the image looking all light bright. This is what they're showing at this Catholic site. However, when you look, yeah, this is how they're going to show you the image looking all light bright. But as you see right here, well, that's one of the images. That's one of the Good Shepherd images. Let me find the one that they're showing more specifically, focusing on in this video. Hold on. I'm trying to find the one that they are. Or they, yeah. I want to find that one way more specifically, that specific one. But anyways, you see what's being shown here. Going back to the video, you see what's being shown here, the Good Shepherd.
Can be understood in a sense as an image of Christ that reflects, if he described himself as the good, can be understood in a sense as an image of Christ that reflects, if he described himself as the Good Shepherd. The use of the Good Shepherd in the Christian Catechism, if he described himself as the Good Shepherd. And the use of the Good Shepherd in the Christian Catechism is a way of depicting Christ without actually portraying him.
For example, Jonah, in the three basic things, he sees the whale, he gets swallowed by it, and then he's spit out into the ocean. That's a very common scene, and it is, of course, clear reference to...
The biblical story of Daniel in the lion's den is represented by a nude person standing between two lions. Of Daniel in the lion.
Now look at this depiction. Now I don't know if he was nude and these Romans, but why would they have depicted him this way? Look at the hair. Look like there's locks.
Lion's den is represented by a nude person standing between two lions. The ancient Christians believed Daniel conquered this danger with prayer. Symbolic painted figures. This tomb is called the Crypt of the Coopers, so named because these ancient coopers, or barrel makers, were entombed behind a painting that depicts a group of men posed with one of their barrels. The principal Jewish catacombs are Via Torlonia to the north and Via Rondinini, which lies under the road called Via Appia Antica.
And understand, I purposely choose to show you the images that they, the images, the renderings, etc., whether it's paintings. I show you the paintings, the murals, the reliefs, the carvings, the sculptures, the writings, the scripts. I try to show you what they present in the European catacombs, museums, European, or even like whether it's European or so-called Middle Eastern Arab nations or countries, I try to, so that you can't say that, oh, this is Afrocentric mumbo jumbo. So that you can't say, oh, we was kings, we be kings, we was kings talk. No, I'm not showing you. I'm not just giving you information that was presented by, let's say, Ivan van Sertima or who's the main quote unquote Afrocentric source that I may go to. Oh my gosh, y'all know I've been having problems with names recently. But yeah, I'm not showing you, so you cannot say that this is Afro or this is just Rashid, this is just her, this is just what she. No, I'm going to show you what they present. What these so-called so-called Middle Eastern Arab I'm going to show you what people of Syria present, what they present in their museum. I'm going to show you what the museum in Cairo presents. I'm going to show you what Italy, what they have in their museums, what they have in the museums in Germany, in the UK, so that you cannot say. And I like showing you older sources. See, that's what I like to do. I like to show you older sources, so you can't say. So you can't say this is what Lashid or what Umar Johnson, you know what I'm saying, or Sheikh Anta Diop. No. This is what this is what y'all said. This is what y'all presented. This is what you wrote. This is what you presented. This is what the History Channel, not owned by, this is what they presented.
Site of the original catacombas burial places. Walls also depict the image of sailors buried here. Perhaps these hearty souls manned the vessel.
Moses figures very highly in the Jewish non-Christian catacombs. The scenes are gods and gods.
The Middle Ages saw the catacombs visited by the thoughtful and the destructive. But their true value as a time capsule. But who were these people? The images on the walls of Via Latina tell their story. These fragments from an ancient culture preserve for us the beliefs of a simpler time.
And this also gives you an idea of what the Romans or the Italians of that time looked like. Remember when we talked about the Etruscans? The people of Italy before the time of the Rome. Well, anyways.
To look upon these walls is to look deep into the past.
Joy and a kind of expectation.
On these walls is to look deep into the past.
Joy and a kind of expectation of life in the world to come. There was an immediacy to their faith that is not to be found very often in people's religious beliefs today.
Today, the catacombs confront us with a difficult challenge: to preserve the great legacy left to us by those early believers for the next 2,000 years. It is a challenge that must be faced by all those who go in search of history.
So what? Let's look at some of what was presented in these catacombs. Let me see. I got the information on them all. Okay. Now, of course, we know that depictions such as, we know that these are more relatively modern or comparatively modern. But would you think that, and this is a very recent artistic depiction. But do you think that he looked closer to this or this? Okay. Well, why don't we, these are, of course, these are, but let's go further back. Now, where did I get this image here? Now, of course, we know this is supposed to be a depiction. These are more modern artistic depictions or ideas of Adam and Eve. Now, we do have to consider, but I'm gonna go back to that. Let me just focus on what was in these catacombs. All right. And let me show you some, since they claim that the picture, hold on, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Maybe I should have did this by video. It seemed easy, me putting together what I wanted to present, but now as I'm presenting it, I'm having some issues. Because I'm kind of all over you. But let me share with you some images I've got, and I could show you my sources and all. Okay. This is First Council of Nicaea, Greece, 1768. But I'm not going to go. Let me just try to focus on. Yeah, this is from. Now, let me show you guys. This is one of the images that I had saw in that series. So this is what really had got me on with the catacombs. This is what really got me. And I tried to take these images more directly from their sites. Okay. And I will show you the sites. I will try to remember to show you the sites. Now, in a book, I noticed they had it depicted like this. You see the deception. But that was only image of that I saw. But you see the deception. But this is how it was shown on the History Channel as footage inside the catacombs. And this is what I also got from the site. Not this image. This is see, this is fake. This is deception. But this image. This was from a book. I was like, hey, oh, they tripping. And I'm like, it's too late. I've already saw it. And see, I first saw this here image back in 2000 in that series. Hey, hold on. Okay, so for the knowing, once again, and now I want you to look at this. Look at the hair. Look at now we could say, well, just because the skin looked kind of dim, you know, it could be because, you know, this is old and yeah, but you see a distinction between the whiter, lighter clothes and background and the skin. It is very clear that the skin is a brown or bronze like color. That is very, very clear. Look at, even when you look at, I can't zoom in because I'm doing this through, StreamYard layer, but just so you know, you can look it up yourself. All right. But look at the nose even. Look at the face. Look at the hair. They appear to be, that doesn't look very straight and flowing. Okay, so this is the Last Supper from the catacombs of Domitia, Rome. Now this is now remember what they showed us. Now what they claim to have been the earliest depiction of Jesus here. Remember, they said that this image here, hold on, let me open a new tab. Now, remember, what they said was the earliest depiction. Now, they said that this is from the Catacomb of Comodia. They saying that this is from the late 4th century. Okay. Or like sometime 300 to 399 AD. Whereas this was from the 3rd century AD, like from the 2nd or 3rd century AD. So this is actually an earlier depiction. Why are they not using this depiction? Wait, hold on. I thought I was sharing something. Oh my gosh, this is getting so difficult for me. Okay, if this is said to be of the late 4th century from the catacombs, why did Wikipedia choose to use this one when this is, and I got this image directly from the site for the museum. Yeah, and I recall I've had this for a minute now, and this is also what was shown on the History Channel. Why are they not using this image, which is even earlier? Let me show you some more images. Okay, so you've seen this. Yeah, I wanted to show you here. This is like early Christian inscriptions. It's believed to be of Jesus, but yeah, one thing I wanted to point out. Notice how, yeah, it looked like there's been some scraping here. But I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, now this is the Good Shepherd. That image that they showed you is from the catacombs of Priscilla, Rome, Italy, 2nd half of the 3rd century. That was that image that they showed you. This is also, well, this is said to be the shepherd or Formas or the good shepherd. It's also catacomb of Calixtus. I made sure, understand, I typed all of this so that you can look into it yourself. Catacomb, I've had this held on to this for a while now. Okay, Rome, Italy, 3rd century AD. Okay, remember we saw this. Look at how he's the good shepherd. Okay, once again, yeah, okay, I already showed that. Okay, just so you can get a little more information. So I would definitely say, now this is also, remember they just showed this in the catacombs? Okay, healing of the paralytic, Dura Europos house church in Syria. Now this is 3rd century AD, from 232 to 256 AD. Just giving you a close-up. They showed us in the catacombs. Also this right here, 3rd century image of from the Roman catacombs. This is from now the 3rd century, so around 200 AD. Now we know the Messiah was deceased by this time. These are their own artistic depictions. Okay, this isn't something that I have concocted. You've probably seen these images before. Why would they, now even if this is just how they idealized him as looking, the Romans, even if this is just how they pictured him to look and they didn't actually see him, why would they depict them? Why would these Europeans, and even if they were just painting him in their likeness, this also tells you, let's say if they were just pointing them to look like one of them, right? Just let's say if they were depicting, but that tells you, how did the people in Rome look at that time? This is also very telling on the Europeans. I'm not saying that they're the same people as us, but this tells you that people in the world, in these countries, look kind of different years ago. And oh, I got more on that. Okay, and okay, so this here, let me see, what I got the information here. It's Jesus, quote unquote, Jesus washes the feet of the disciples. Maundy Thursday. This is from Russia. The PSKov School of Iconography. Okay, this is from the 1300s, so this is more, it's more the Middle Ages, but this is a later artistic depiction. But why would the Russians? Why would and yeah, it's somewhat stylized, but still, why would the Russians depict them with this darker skin and coilier hair? And let's say if they were making them look like the Russians, just then how did the Russians look then? But why? What you gotta, and recently with Vladimir Putin. But understand, even before he did that, and this is information that I already had or I already gathered. And there had been people in YouTube, some of our people, who have been gracious enough to share the publications that they actually spent their money and purchased, like the book with Russian iconography art. And there was this brother, he did a video opening up the book. He paid all this money to purchase the book and he shared the images. So this was stuff, while everybody was all, oh my gosh, Vladimir Putin shared these images. These are things that some of us already knew about. We already seen these images. Okay, now this is from from 1320 to 1330. Jesus heals a leper from sermons of Maurice de Soli. This is Italian. Wait, it says Italian, Milan, or Genoa. So Italy. 1320 to 1320. And this is in Paris, France. Yeah. But it was originally, it says Italian. It's Italian, either Milan or Genoa, Italy. Okay. Why are they depicting? Why are these Europeans and people of Syria, etc.? Why are they depicting the Messiah? And I mean, it's very obvious. You can't say, well, the skin, it's meant to be lighter, but it just got darker over time. Well, why is the look at the garment that the leper is wearing? It's still white. And the leper, ironically, the leper has been obviously healed. Yeah, because he has darker skin now. And these may be stylized how they want you to see him, but he still had darker skin. Isn't that interesting? Now this is Ethiopian. Now, even in this, they may be depicting him to look more like them. True, but okay, this is Jesus. This is the Ethiopian icon from the 15th century, Mary and her son. Let me see. Okay, Jesus, Ethiopian icon, 15th century, diptych with Mary and her son flanked by Archangel. I'm just all the stuff that I wrote, the notes that I have for it to get you the sources. Okay. And this is Orthodox icon. Okay, Jesus, Maundy Thursday. Oh boy, it's been so long ago since I gathered these images, so I just got the notes. Maundy Thursday, Orthodox icon of Christ washing the feet of the apostles, 16th century. There's more to it, but it cuts off. Yeah, oh gosh, let me see. I'm trying to so I could see all that I've written here. Okay, Jesus, the nativity of Christ, mid-16th century, Russia, Rostov as believed, inscription, oh gosh, it cuts off. Yeah, I'm going to have to do this in video form, I see. But we're going to discuss it. Let's get this live. You know why? We need to get this live right now because I noticed that there's certain things that they're going to change and I come back to YouTube, I come back to social media or the internet, and I noticed that certain things that I bookmarked, this and that have been removed. And yeah, so I do still want to get this live now. Okay. I got to make sure also to download things. Okay, yeah, now I'm gonna, y'all willing, make a more polished video, okay? But I still, because you don't know what happened, so please, I hope that you guys are still with me. Jesus, the Last Judgment, Museum of Russian Icons, 17th century example, probably painted in, and it cuts off. My notes cut off in StreamYard. I thought I'd be able to read everything that I, with this image, but it cuts off in StreamYard. Okay, I didn't expect that. I did not expect that in Spain because I make sure to give very detailed information with all of these images that I have saved. I can make sure to give very detailed information so that you can, yeah. Okay, the Last Judgment, Jesus, the Last Judgment. Yeah, also, I need to, being that I can't zoom in, StreamYard doesn't allow me to zoom in because I want you to see up close, the face up close. So I'm going to have to definitely do this. I'm going to need to do, that's how I planned on doing it in video form. Museum of Russian Icons, 17th century, probably painted in, and then my notes cut off through StreamYard. Okay. Jesus, I believe, old Russian icon, Last Judgment, 19th century. Okay, that's from 1973. It's a depiction 1973, so we're not going to use that. Wait, but where was that? Where was this? It just says 1973 for that last image. No, that's I didn't mean to use that image. I didn't mean to upload that image. Okay, and this is Lazarus, or the raising. This is a depiction of Lazarus, the raising of Lazarus, Byzantine illuminated manuscript, 10th to 12th century Russia. Okay, and I just wanted to also show you. Now, this is from 1411. You'll notice definitely before the 1500s, before the end of the Dark Ages, before the Renaissance. Understand, why do you think paintings and art was so important during the time of the Renaissance? See, there was something about that. Remember, we talked about that year, 1492. Caucasians love, white people today love that year, 1492. It's not just about Columbus discovering America, but the end of the Dark Ages, the defeat of the Moors, the expelling of the quote-unquote Jews. And it was very shortly after that the Middle Passage and the transatlantic slave trade. Coinky dink? I don't think so. It began shortly after 1492. But before, like when you had those who referred to as the Moors in dominance, had dominance in Europe, more specifically thinking Iberia, what was referred to as Iberia. And what was it? And remember what I said. Why did they even refer to it as Iberia? Could it have something to do with Eber, Hebrew? But anyways, yeah. But see, the Renaissance meaning renewal or rebirth, like perhaps rebirth of Edom. And now Esau had blended in with quite a few people by this time. Do you understand? To be well masked, becoming eventually the Turks even. But anyways, that's another story. But before the Renaissance meaning renewal, rebirth, and all, and that's why those like Michelangelo, painting and that became became very, very influential during the time of the Renaissance. Because that's definitely when you begin to, if you notice, you didn't really see too many paintings or artistic depictions of people with this alabaster skin or blonde red hair or light eyes. You didn't really see that much, even if you did see lighter skin. Think about it. But BC, this is before. This is actually from the year 1411. Now, what is this an image of right here? Now, this is from, let me see, Hall of Giants, Foligno, Italy. This is from the Hall of Giants, Foligno, forgive me for any mispronunciations, Italy. This is from the year 1411, before 1492. This is from the year 1411. Now, this is Italy. This is David. This is supposed to be a depiction of David, forefather of quote-unquote Jesus. This is supposed to be David, ruddy David. And we're going to go into that too, what ruddy. This is David fresco in the corridor of Trinci Palace, or Trinci Palace, Hall of Giants, Foligno, Italy, 1411. Why is David? It is very, very obvious that they've got David with dark brown skin. The hair looks kind of coily. You can't say that this is just a thing of, the paint faded, because the eyes are white, and you know what I'm saying? I can see what appears to be like shading on the nose. They don't even have him looking light skinned. And this is even his son, King. This is okay. What is this from? Oh my gosh. I got to find the detailed information. This is supposed to be King Solomon. Oh gosh. Where's the detailed information I'm supposed to have? Okay, but I'll find it again. But this is, now this is, I want y'all to see this here. We really got to go into this. And especially considering what Benaiah Israel has been talking about recently. Now, understand, this is information I've been down to share with y'all for a minute. Now, you know what this is the image of? This is the Crusaders and the Saracens. Book illumination from Chroniques de Saint-Denis. Grand Chronique. Oh, goodness. Look at over on the left. Now, those are the Crusaders. Think of the Knights Templars and the Saracens. Interesting. See, what was the Crusades really about? What was the crusade really about? Oh, okay. Let me see. I got more information. Okay, this is Grande. Yeah, I had found this book. I found all these images. And so I took as many images, but these are just a few that I'm showing you. This is another same depiction pretty much. Notice that there's a differentiation in how those to the right versus those to the left. Okay. Now notice, okay, Grand Chroniques de France. Now this is France. Okay, Grand Chroniques de France, Agolant and his Moors attack a castle. What has been going on in Europe? Charlemagne book 4-3F. Yeah, I took a lot of notes. I'm gonna have to do a video. I'm just showing you. But there's so much more. What has been going on in Europe? What is this here? Cornelius. Remember Cornelius, the Gentile? Cornelius is spoken of in the script. Cornelius, the centurion, the Gentile who converted to quote unquote Christianity, calls earthquake to bring down. Even when you consider how they depict Cornelius, it kind of gives you an idea of how they may have looked. But let's go back to, I want to go back to, yeah. Let me go back to, let me read something to y'all. Okay, now this is from, oh gosh, Shazer Everquart, okay, ShazerEverquart.wordpress.com. Okay, this is Shazer Everquart. This was in December 2016. Okay, updated article 9. Okay, they updated the article 9 oldest paintings of Jesus in the world. Okay, original article, fake history exposed. Why are they lying? If you Google, I'm reading here, if you Google the oldest painting of Jesus, one of the top 3 listings claim that they are showing you the 6 oldest images of Jesus. So I guess, did they remember what I showed you guys earlier? So I'm guessing that they kind of updated it. Did they update it? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what it is. Okay. Why are they lying? If you Google the oldest painting of Jesus, one of the top 3 listings claim that they are showing you the 6. And also, we're going to go to scriptures. Please hang in here with me, y'all. Please hang in here with me. I know I'm all over the place. How you doing, Optimal Instincts? Lines time, baby. Let me check in with Chad. How y'all doing? Okay, you're saying that he was not black? Okay, all right, we'll see. Yeah, okay, I guess because you say so. he was not black. He was Yasharel. But are you saying anthropologically? Are you saying what they would categorize as Negro? He was not. David was ruby looking. Oh, thank you. Like an Arab. Thank you. I'm so glad you're posting this. Okay, we'll see. So we saw the artistic renderings. We're going to go into that. Everything that you're saying. We're going to go into that. Thank you. You're really helping out this stream big time. And how you doing, 1D Forever? Okay, again, if you Google oldest paintings of Jesus, one of the top 3 listings claims they are showing you the 6 oldest images of Jesus. However, a cogent examination of the historical, forgive me for any mispronunciations, of the historical evidence conclusively proves their assertion is totally fraudulent. Why are they lying? Okay, the Pantocrator deception. The oldest known surviving example of the, now this is Wikipedia. This is what Wikipedia quoted. The oldest known surviving example of the icon of Christ, Pantocrator, was painted in encaustic on panel in the 6th or 7th century and survived the period of destruction of images during the iconoclastic disputes that twice racked the Eastern Church 726 to 787 and 814 to 842. It was preserved in St. Catherine's Monastery in the remote desert of Sinai. Okay, that's from Wikipedia. Now, in 2016, if you Google oldest painting of Jesus, this is what you would get. Actually, they were actually using the quote unquote black Jesus older painting. I noticed that it's been more recently that I'm talking Wikipedia. Like somebody, like as if, oh, y'all got to change that. You can't. Okay, this is what you get. Okay. And I said, hold on. I said, let me look up Pantocrator. What does that mean? Pantocrator, from the Greek, Pantocrator translates to almighty or ruler of all. It is a specific majestic title and artistic depiction of Jesus Christ in theology, emphasizes his omnipotence, divine sovereignty, and role as the ultimate judge and sustainer of the universe. Okay. Yeah, this is because I was like, I'm not familiar with that word, so I said, let me look it up. In Byzantine and Orthodox art, the Christ Pantocrator is one of the most recognizable and central religious images. It typically depicts Christ from the waist up, facing forward, holding deep theological symbolism. Okay. So yeah, I was like, I just never heard of that term, so I felt I need to look it up. Okay, let's go back to this. So let's go back to this. Let me close some of these other images out. Or some of these other tabs that I had open. Okay, let me move some stuff. I'm sorry, guys. All right, getting back to the article. The description of the painting was quite deceptive. It's okay. Now they're saying it's 6th, 7th. Now it says 6th, 7th century right here. The description of the painting was quite deceptive. It said oldest painting of Jesus Christ Pantocrator. The deceivers were counting on the viewer being too lazy to research the word Pantocrator. Do your own investigation and you'll discover that Pantocrator refers to a certain style of iconography. Wait, let me look at that. Hold on. Ow. Hold on. Let me look it up. Pantocrator meaning. Because I keep seeing it in. Let me look it up again. Now they're saying, okay. They're saying the same thing. Omnipotent and Lord of the universe, almighty ruler, especially Greek, Latin. Okay, you see here. Hold on. So why don't we? How about we? I need to go to, let me see, rule of all, the icon. They do associate it with an icon. I may come back. What's the definition of Pantocrator? Let me check out this. Oh, it's not really. Okay, they're just saying that it means almighty. But they do associate it with the iconography. Okay, let me see if you guys are in. Okay, well, anyways. All right, refers to a certain type style. Okay, they're saying that, okay, do your own investigation and you'll discover that Pantocrator refers to a certain style of iconography. Therefore, the oldest painting of Jesus Christ, Pantocrator, is not the same as the oldest painting of Jesus. Okay, so they're saying that this is the oldest painting, of this style, with this type of iconography. They believe, that is kind of similar to what we're used to seeing today. They're saying that this is the oldest, painting of this style of this iconography. That's what they're saying. Okay. Yeah, I got you. You keep feeling. I know you're doing your damage control. Okay, you're saying Jesus' DNA would virtually be virtually indistinguishable. That's because you say so. Where's your evidence right now? Where's your evidence? I'm showing you. I'm going to. You're just giving me a post, dear. Am I supposed to believe it because this is what you're saying? You need to. Perhaps you should do a video and backing it up with this DNA evidence. You expect me to just go by what you're posting. And you're posting here, Lion's Time Baby, Jesus' DNA would be, you're saying would be, like you just know this, virtually indistinguishable from that of modern Arabic-speaking populations in the Levant, such as Palestinians and Lebanese. Okay, where's your evidence? This is what you post. I'm trying to present to you information. To back. See, I'm not just posting, I'm not just saying things. I'm also... That's why this is so lengthy. I'm also trying to give you information and, to back up what I'm saying. You're just posting here. So I'm supposed to just believe it because you say so and this is what you post. Oh, so that is in the first century, the diverse agrarian population of Roman era Palestine generally had olive brown skin, dark hair. Okay. All right. Where's your, okay, give me some, you have photographs? No, you don't have photographs. Of course, you wouldn't have photographs of that time period. But I can give you also using common sense when I consider the area, the climate, more than likely how the people look. Because in that case, then we can agree that the people of what is now the United States, they look like Brad Pitt. They look like Meryl Streep and Brad Pitt. Because that's what I see today. I think we know better than to go by what we see today. Yeah, exactly. You can't post photographs. So, however, I can be able to go and show you some artistic depictions of people of the so-called Middle East, as I have done with my Ancient Egypt series, which should be enough. We've just looked at some, even in looking in Europe, we've just looked at some Roman catacombs with some people depicted as kind of dark. So that would show, if you had people who were dark like that in Rome, Italy, that would tell me that the people in Middle Eastern people, I seriously doubt that they had skin like this, what you see right here. They look like, okay, because you say so. All right. If you say so, if that's what you believe, that's fine. You can believe that. But anyways, getting back to what I'm talking about. Getting back to this. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe I gotta believe it. He's telling me, and he's really bringing the evidence here. He's really bringing it. Lion's Time Baby, him or her, they really bringing it. I gotta go with it because that's what he posts. White people say it, or people that are not none, we got to believe it because that's what they say. And that's all we need to know. Yeah, I know how Gaddafi looked. I've known of Gaddafi since the 80s. I know how he looked. And I do know that the original people of Libya, do you know, hold on, let me show you something. Since you want to talk about Arabs. You want to talk about Arabs, just like Latinos. Arabs they're kind of similar to Latinos. Latinos are, pretty much, they can be pretty much for the most part, many of them are mixed. But they're kind of linked by language. A lot of Latinos in North and South America. Whereas with Arabs, they're kind of linked a little more by religion. But believe it or not, they're, oh gosh, it's upside, it's I don't know if you guys can see this, but wildbranch.org, Arab. The word Arab comes from the Hebrew word Arev. Sometimes it's spelled E-R-E-B, A-R-A-V, Arev, the B and V can be interchangeable. But anyways, it comes from the word Arab comes from the Hebrew word Arev. This is not only a fascinating study, but is loaded with insightful meanings. The root word literally means to mix a substance, to penetrate with foreign matter. This word is used to express mingling or mixing. Also, Arab is also, wanderer. Arabs, like in the Bible, they refer to mixed nations, a mixed group of people. Now, they could have been of the same race initially, of what we would now anthropologically categorize as races. They could have been of the same race, but Arabs originally, like in the Bible, it referred to these mixed groups of people. Like you had Edomite, like you had the Ishmaelites mixing with the Moabites, mixing with the Ammonites, mixing with the Edomites. These people who kind of came together. In the scriptures, they formed, what was that, Psalm 83, formed a confederacy against thee. A lot of people think that the Arab, their only ancestor is Ishmael. I don't believe that. So what you're seeing over in the so-called Middle East today are mixed people. Okay? They're pretty much mixed people. I believe not just mixed by lineage, but also by what you would categorize as race. Okay? Pretty much a lot of people over this, all over this planet are pretty much mixed. They are not so indigenous. But anyways, I understand. We're not just going by what I'm saying. I'm also showing you sources. I can show you more sources. But anyways, yeah. All right. Okay. Do your own investigation. You'll discover that Pantocrator refers to a certain style of iconography. Therefore, the oldest painting of Jesus Christ, Pantocrator, is not the same as the oldest painting of Jesus. And we should know his name was not originally Jesus. But for the sake of us all understanding, it is merely the oldest of that more modern style. Christianity cover-up. The ubiquitous promotion of Jesus Christ Pantocrator on the internet is a manifestation of the Christianity cover-up. The average person has no idea that over 1,000 years ago, Christianity was radically altered by wealthy oligarchs and weaponized to serve their goal of material aggrandizement and global conquest. The average person has no idea that the modern images of Jesus can be traced to a painting financed by and created in the likeness of Caesar Borgia, a wealthy oligarch. Okay, and see, we can go into the Borgias, also a mixed person. We can go into the Borgias, all right? The Borgia family and their dominance and stuff. And I definitely believe they're descendants of Esau, Edom. And remember, we go into the name Caesar. Did you know that I had looked up a more ancient pronunciation or older pronunciation of Caesarion, like Caesarian section? Caesarian, it was actually Khazarian, like Khazar. But anyways, and Caesar, Seer, Harry, Mount Seir. Anyways, yeah. The average person has no idea that modern images of Jesus can be traced to a painting financed by and created in the likeness of Caesar Borgia, a wealthy oligarch and the second son of Pope Alexander VI of Rome. Remnants of original Christianity. The same people. So when they're saying the same people, we're talking about these Europeans and the same people who are promoting the Christianity cover-up would have you believe that the assertion that Jesus was melanated. Jesus was melanated is a preposterous idea, an absurd fabrication disseminated by delusional Afrocentricists. That's what they want you to believe, right? That's why I'm also showing you that, right? That's why I feel it's more fitting to show. Well, what did So you can't say it's the Afrocentricists or or just the Negroes. This is just some Negro we was kangs babble. Okay, well, what about the ancient statuary and paintings of melanated Jesus and Mary scattered all throughout all Europe and Scandinavia? And understand, I believe that a lot of this is pagan imagery, But this is how they depict it initially. Here's just one of many examples. The Black Madonna in the Benedictine Abbey of, oh gosh, Eisleben in Switzerland. Okay, this is Switzerland. Okay, and we can say, well, let's just that doesn't. Nobody's skin is actually that color black. You know, that's just that's just the minerals they decided to sculpt it in. It's okay. But if you look at the nose and lips, okay, all right. But why? There's just the idea of it, being melanated alone. Why would they even choose, to make it appear melanated? Why would they do that? Okay, we've all been taught false history. When you attend school, who publishes the books you read? Who produces the motion pictures and television programs you watch? What the middle class suckers have failed to realize is, since your early childhood, the richest people in the world have been intentionally brainwashing us. Watch the opening sequence of the movie Braveheart. The narrator reveals wealthy oligarchs have been manipulating and distorting history for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Right now, as you're reading these words, the mega wealthy owners of Google, Facebook, and Twitter are censoring, oppressing, I'm noticing everything that challenges their imperial version of reality. Here's a 3rd century Roman fresco that has been withheld from Christians. Okay, were the Romans, were they Afrocentricists? Good question. Okay, hold on. Here's a 3rd century Roman fresco that has, now I think I can zoom in with this image. Oh, no, I can't. But let me just, maybe I can as I'm reading. Look at the face. That's supposed to be a depiction of Jesus. Quote unquote Jesus there. Look at the face. Remember, and that was the one I initially saw in that, where was I? Okay, let me go back to, here's a 3rd century Roman fresco that has been withheld from Christians. Keep in mind, this painting is 300, 400 years older than Jesus Christ Pantocrator. Guess it just slipped their minds to show this to you, right? Yeah, so in other words, they know they're being deceptive and showing you, they're not showing you the oldest painting of quote unquote Jesus, but they're showing you the oldest painting, of that iconography, like they said again. And they know they're being deceptive in doing that. And, so they make sure to use the term Pantocrator. Okay, Christ amongst the apostles, a fresco from St. Domitilla Catacomb, Arcosolium of the Crypt, Amplia Tucson, Rome, Italy, 3rd century. Remember, now actually 2nd or 3rd century. Remember I showed you when I initially gathered the information. And here's another fresco they won't show. Oh yeah, this right here. I believe that this is Abraham and Isaac. This is another fresco. I also have this, but I hope I could do I also have this right here in my little collection, but I was hoping to do a more lengthy video. Now, this is supposed to be Abraham and Isaac, who, when he's about to, Abraham raises his sword to slay his son Isaac. Fresco from the Via Latina Catacomb, Rome, Italy, from believed to be 320 AD. So this is the 2nd century. I had no idea that the Romans were Afrocentrists. Did you? Yeah, and if you want to look at the image, look closer. You can look at it a little closer. Now, this is Abraham. This is how the Romans depicted Abraham. You can see the distinction. You can see the white in the eyes. So this isn't just about, if you can see the white in the eyes, and you can make the distinction, or the, oh gosh, why is words not coming to me? You know the word I'm trying to use. When you separate this with that, gosh, I'm really dealing with this. Yeah, but you can see that he's meant to be depicted. This isn't just a thing about aging, weathering, aging, but it's very obvious that he is meant to be depicted as dark skin, because you could clearly see the white in the eyes here. You hear me? Just as this background is lighter, his clothes are lighter. So this isn't just a thing of dirt, aging. Okay, but this is how Isaac is depicted, and his son. You can also tell that this is a person with a coilia texture hair. I'm sorry. You can say, oh, he looked Arab. I'm sorry. Most of those Arab, they do not have this coily-like hair. Okay? Even if they have curly hair, it's not the same. And they definitely do not represent the majority, at least the ones they want to focus on. I'm not saying that you don't still have, like, there are people in Palestine. Remember I showed you, brother, there are people in Palestine who still look like this, but that's not, that's not what's we're gonna see. That's not what we're gonna see footage of. But anyways, yeah, I had no idea the Romans were Afrocentrists. Did you? Or is it possible these frescoes portraying Christianity in its original form before it was altered by the ancestors of today's corrupt ruling oligarchy? And suppression of the Black Madonnas. Now I understand, Madonna and the whole thing, and linking that with Mary worship. That really goes back to Astarte or Ashtaroth, paganism. Okay, but we still should know this. Distributed throughout Belgium are several historical Black Madonnas. Nevertheless, you won't see any of them on mainstream media or promoted by educational institutions. I used to be an administrator, a YouTube channel with several videos featuring Black European Madonnas. Every video went into detail about the fascinating stories behind each Madonna. Guess what happened? Wow. They saying that YouTube, I don't understand. Yeah, they saying that their channel was banned. Oh, and how many channels have I lost? That's just one of the countless examples. I can't say that I was talking on this stuff of systemic racism no one's talking about. Okay, it says, are the Belgians Afrocentricists? The history of Belgium can be traced back to at least to the Neolithic flint mines of Spines from 4300 to 2200 BC. Their culture is thousands of years older than the United States. So I ask you, who's more likely to be in touch with the ancient lineage of Christianity, the Belgians or Americans? See for yourself. Okay, now, they're saying Europeans parade the Black Madonna and Child through the streets of Liege, Belgium. Now we could say, well, this is just the mineral that is used. It's all black, so you shouldn't look at that. According to the insane logic of our would-be detractors, okay, yeah, let's, if you want to see a closer image, look at the image. Okay, now I wouldn't necessarily go by this. I get it. But being that pretty much all of this statue is black, I wouldn't pretty much go by this. People wouldn't use this, but it is still something to consider. Okay, according to the insane logic of our would-be detractors, the enthusiastic people in the above photo are members of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Oldest painting of Jesus. The following wall painting is known as the Healing of the Paralytic, as I've shown y'all, created circa 235 AD. This is the oldest painting of, this is 235 AD, 3rd century AD. This is the oldest painting of Jesus. When shown in its proper coloring, you can plainly observe that Jesus is portrayed as having a black face, short curly hair, and medium brown legs. Jesus is shown healing a bedridden man who then has the strength to carry his bed on his back and walk. The painting was discovered in 1921 on the left-hand wall of the baptismal chamber of the house church at Dur Europos on the Euphrates River in modern Syria. Okay, now I've shown you all this, but if you look at closer once again, since I can zoom in with So the paralytic, and you see here, this is supposed to be quote unquote Jesus. Today, this painting is kept at the Yale University Gallery of Fine Arts as part of the Dura Europos collection, along with other frescoes found at the church. This article was originally written in December 2016. At that time, Google and Wikipedia were promoting. Yeah, I know that these weren't the original. I'm gonna tell you, even when I went to Wikipedia, they were showing the oldest depiction that they were showing was okay. Hold on. I noticed that, yeah, because I've been in YouTube and social media for a while, and I noticed that they weren't showing that. That's been more recently. That's something that I've noticed. I'm also show you something else that they've changed. But yeah, anyways, the article was originally written in December 2016. At that time, Google and Wikipedia were promoting the Pantocrator deception all around the world. Yeah, because they've been seeing, like, with the Whited Out series. And Hebrews, Hidden Hebrews. Yeah, you have the White House series, Watchmen Reports, Hidden Hebrews series. Many of us up in here who have been, Hidden Hebrews by Benaiah Israel. There have been many of us up in here. Of course, there's the Hebrews Negroes publication, Ron Dalton. There have been many of us up in here exposing, and they have been. So they see that we've been taking full advantage of social media. So definitely since 2019 for sure. Like that 400. They've definitely been cracking down, and that happened to be when I first lost my channel in 2019. They definitely, 16, 19, they definitely been cracking down and cleaning and trying to do damage control and cleaning up. But it's gonna get to a point where they can't. They're not gonna lie. They can't keep lying. But okay. It says for years their subterfuge had remained unchallenged until their fraud was exposed on this very website. By revealing their deception, the social manipulators were forced to change their tune, which proves the internet can be a powerful tool. Yeah, that's the great thing about the internet. Okay. Yes. So this is again, this was an article by, once again, this is Shazer Everquar, Enduring More, MOOR, Love. Okay. For the knowing. And also they have here also at their website, nine oldest paintings. Once again, the Black Madonna of in Switzerland. Can't say. All right. Oh yeah, I know. Y'all probably seen that. Understand? I'm not showing you no AI stuff. All right. You've probably seen this picture before. The Pope at that time. Who was the Pope at that time? Pope Benedict Pope Benedict the 16th and Pope Francis the First. They're worshiping the Black Madonna child. Now understand, this is all pagan, but yet and still, this, you need to consider, this is Rome, Italy. Although images of Jesus are relatively common throughout Christian churches, many ancient portrayals of Jesus have either been censored or radically altered in a determined effort to promulgate ethnic or political supremacy. Images of Jesus tend to show ethnic characteristics similar to those of the culture in which the image has been created. All right. Now, Wikipedia adroitly avoids mentioning the Caucasian oligarchs Wikipedia adroitly avoids mentioning that Caucasian oligarchs were the very first to finance a transformation. Now, they were the first to finance, like put money into, like when you consider it, even with the Renaissance, they were the very first to finance a transformation of the images of Jesus into portrayals displaying ethnic characteristics similar to their own. As you're about to witness, many centuries prior to that Caucasian transformation, Jesus, quote unquote, Jesus was already revered around the world as a melanated being. The oldest existent paintings of Jesus date back to the 2nd, 4th century. However, the oldest images of Hebrews are even more ancient, having been created over 300 years before the birth of Christ. Any seeming controversy regarding the historical ethnicity of Jesus is easily resolved simply by referencing the ancient paintings of the Hebrews, few of which have been included here for your examination. Okay. Now, I remember they were using this image here, but they're saying it's being disputed whether this is the 6th century. Then now they're saying 18th century. I doubt if it was 18th century AD. This is what they were sharing in Wikipedia. Coptic Museum, Cairo, Egypt. Christ surrounded by his disciples. Material used, painted wooden panel. Okay, this was the image, and I'm sure you guys have seen this. Now, this is still, somewhat pagan. Yeah, because the reason I say that, because the whole halo around the head, kind of depicting sun worship. Yet and still, this is how they were depicted. And also you can definitely see that the hair now some of the hair is dark or ruddy looking or darker, but you could see that I kind of see a fro. I see roundness. Okay, I see texture. All right. Even if the face is, it looks more like kind of like Russian iconography. But the thing is, why would Europeans depict them in this manner, though, period? Even if the noses appear narrow and still, you got to question why. And let's say if they were depicting them how they looked back then. Remember what I shared what Benjamin Franklin said about, the Europeans and how they were looking in different various countries, being swarthy and Sweden. So let's say if this is how they were looking, European, maybe they were depicting them like themselves. Who knows? But why would they, period, if it was known all over the world that he was, this more Caucasian looking man, more like themselves, supposedly, why on earth would they be depicting him like this? And now this is Cairo. This here is, okay, hold on. I'm trying to get back to that article. Again, this is now Coptic Museum, Cairo, Egypt. Christ surrounded by his disciples. Well, this is where this, Close up of his hand. Why would they be depicting him like this? And this is very, very, very heavily melanated. Very obvious. This isn't a thing of fading or anything. Because you can see where they've done the highlights in the painting, where they tried to highlight, the arm, the forehead. You can see where the highlights are. So why on earth would they be depicting him looking like this? Now the hair, I don't know if that's a color. That's kind of questionable. I'm looking at the beard. It's different. For some reason, the hair looks reddish, but although the beard and mustache is black, that's kind of questionable. At least with this depiction here. I don't know if that's something tied around his head. But anyways. Okay. Yes. Christ in Majesty. This is 945 AD. Location, Biblioteca Nacional Madrid, in Madrid, Spain. Christ, now consider those who were in power in Spain at that time. Christ surrounded by the evangelists. But this is still Europe, right? Of course, we didn't have black people in Spain, right? But this is still Europe. This is not AI. Why is everybody dark skinned? Hold on. Why is everybody dark skinned here? Is this the olive that you were talking about, Lion's Time? Right. Obviously, a lot of people were Afrocentric. They like Afrocentric art, that's for sure. Look at the heads, look rounded, dark skin. You can clearly see the color yellow, the distinction, the contrast. That was the word I was trying to look for. You can clearly see, you can't say, oh, this is just a thing. Oh, the paint got darker or dirty or aged or whatever, because I can clearly see the color yellow. Just as I can clearly see the color brown. I can see the white in the eyes even. So it's obvious they intended on these being swarthy people. Now, I'm not saying the Most High approve of making these artistic depictions, but we're seeing this. We're able to see this for a reason. It's for information. Because they're gonna, what they try to keep hidden is going to be shouted from the rooftops. We're in that age of information. Christ at the second coming. Now, this is from 526, 530 AD. Santi Cosma e Damiano, Rome, Italy. Christ on red clouds holding the scroll of the law. And you can always look this stuff up for yourself. Now, I will tell you, they might have done some changes since then. And understand, when I gathered my information, that was years ago. When I gathered the paintings and, you know what I'm saying, and the artistic, like from my Ancient Egypt series. And remember, I told you all this information was coming to me and I wasn't even seeking it. That was years ago. I'm pretty sure that, just like when I go back to certain bookmarks, I'm pretty sure there have been changes made since then. I'm gonna tell you right now. That's why I said let me talk about this live, because I'm tired of going back when I'm ready to do a video or something like that, and then I realize a site is no longer. I can't find this book any longer. When I want to go back to read something that was in Google Books that I said I was going to come back and read the rest later, I find out it's gone, it's removed, or you got to pay all this money for it that I don't have. So let's do this live, and perhaps I'll do a polished video later. Y'all willing? Okay, again, Christ at the second coming, 526, 530 AD, Casti Cosma e Damiano, Rome, Italy. Christ on red clouds holding the scroll of the law. Materials used, mosaic tiles on plaster. Okay, let's see this image here. But wait, something's odd here. The feet look white. That got to be explained to me. That's kind of odd. The feet are white. Now, do you think there's been some sort of restoration? Or I don't know. But the feet are white. Maybe that's representing brightness. So that's kind of confusing. But anyways, I got to show it as it is. Okay. Now, there's no J in there's no letter J in either. It says here for a footnote or something. There's no J in either the Hebrew or Greek alphabet. The original King James Version Bible had no J in it. Okay. And I'm going to go into perhaps in another video on the name Jesus in Jesus, you know. Thus, the monogram is the letter I. Okay. They're explaining that for a reason. Oh, yeah, that's a close-up of the last image you saw. Okay. The Basilica of Santi Cosma, oh, boy, e Damiano is located in the Forum of Vespasian. Well, you know, I want to, because I'm going to get back to, we're going to get back to, yeah, and I showed you some of these other paintings. We're going to come back to it. Yeah. This right here. Yeah, because I got a lot of these. I already have these Jonah being thrown into the sea. We're going to come back to. Oh, yeah, this one here I definitely have. Moses leads the Hebrews crossing the Red Sea. Behind Moses, the Egyptian Pharaoh and his warriors can be seen pursuing them. Dura Europos Synagogue, Damascus, Syria. Now, this is Syria. This is from, this is from BC. It's believed to be from either BC time. The time that they're given is 303 BC to 256 AD. So this is supposed to be Moses crossing the Red Sea. Now let me give them, yes. Yeah, from 303 BC to 256 AD, Dura Europos Synagogue in Damascus, Syria, depicting Moses leads the Hebrews crossing the Red Sea, paint on plaster. Okay, so I'm going to Wikipedia's dirty little secret. Oh boy. I want to go through that, but the founder of Wikipedia grew up in one of the most racist towns in the United States. Furthermore, Jimmy Wells. Okay. Yeah, we're going to go into that and see the Ethiopian image. Okay. So, yeah, I may come back to this, talking about giving you a secret on Wikipedia. Interesting. Now, I haven't seen this yet. You might be wondering why the historical paintings we've shown you are not featured by Wikipedia, especially in Wikipedia's depiction of Jesus. Jimmy Wells is the co-founder of Wikipedia. There's something extremely important which is omitted from Wells' online biography. He's in Huntsville, Alabama. Okay, talking about Huntsville, Alabama. Okay, but we'll come back to that. All right. Well, anyways, I want to go over certain scriptures here, okay, that have been used in just a few of the scriptures used in describing the Messiah and certain people in the Bible, like who are related to, or certain Hebrews. Okay, like I want to use this in Song of Solomon. Not the one that you think, but this one right here. Like I remember in the movie Once Upon a Time in America, and who was that? Jennifer Connelly, I think that's her name, the actress, the young actress. She was reading the Bible, Song of Solomon, to Noodles. And yeah, she was reading this, and it was all so poetic, and it had the beautiful music and everything. And if you know the movie Once Upon a Time in America, very, very violent film. I remember watching it, my mom watching it back in the 80s. Once Upon a Time in America, the quote unquote ish Little Hat Mafia, kind of like a depiction of prohibitionary, but not, instead of Italian gangsters, they were like ish, you know what I'm saying? Little Hat gangsters, yeah. And it was supposedly depicted like in the 1930s. Yeah, and she was reading the Song of Solomon, and she was reading the scripture, which says, "My beloved." Now, you may be used to the King James version of Song of Solomon, King James version. She was reading the King James version. "My beloved is white and ruddy." Now, this is the Shulamite woman who is described as black herself, but she was reading. Her poetry, her Songs of Solomon, like a kind of love poetry to Solomon, speaking of her love Solomon, saying, "My beloved Solomon is," it said in the King James Version 5:10, "My beloved is white and ruddy, the chiefess." Let me go to that scripture while I'm at it. By the way, Song of Solomon 1, where it says, "I am black, but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem." That was not Solomon, actually. That was the Shulamite woman. And she is talking about her complexion, because she compares her complexion to the fence of Kedar. Now, I'm not saying that people called themselves black people back then. She said, "Look not upon me because I'm black, because the sun have looked upon me." She's saying how she had to work, be a keeper of the vineyards. And you can't get, if you have white alabaster skin, you can't get black now. You can't, you know what I'm saying? You gotta already have brown skin to get to a point of being black, all right? Where you can describe yourself as black. But that wasn't, some people get it confused. That is not The I am black, but comely, that's not Solomon, but that is the Shulamite woman. That's her. She's saying, I am black, but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Yes, she's making these descriptions. Look not upon me because I am black, because the sun hath looked upon me. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keeper of the vineyards, but mine own vineyard have I not kept. Okay. So she apparently had gotten, however, there's a scripture, okay. Now the scripture I'm speaking of, Song of Solomon 5, okay, verse 10, it says, my beloved is white and ruddy. Now, we know the Shulamite woman was speaking of her skin because she goes the tents of Kedar, Kedar are black, so she was comparing it. And also, she made a reference how she's been working in the sun, which is black in her skin. However, here it just says, my beloved is white and ruddy. So this has been used to say, it's saying that Solomon is white. He has white skin. Now, he could have been light skinned, but was he? And also, ruddy is used. And we know that ruddy, we've talked about ruddy in reference to red, right? But is it saying red as in pink or red as in brown? Red as in copper or red as in pink? Okay. Now notice these other translations. That's the King James Version. My beloved, notice New International Version, it says, my beloved, it doesn't say white and ruddy, it says radiant and ruddy, astounding among 10,000. New Living Translation, my lover is dark and dazzling. What? It says the New Living Translation, my lover is dark and dazzling. English Standard Translation, my beloved is radiant and ruddy, distinguished among 10,000. Berean Standard Bible, my beloved is dazzling and ruddy, outstanding among 10,000. Now, the King James Version, okay, now New American Standard Bible, my beloved is dazzling and reddish, outstanding among 10,000. Now, we had talked about ruddy meaning, let me remove some of these tabs so I can have more room. Now, we had talked about the meaning of ruddy. Ruddy means red. Ruddy, an adjective it's an adjective that describes a healthy reddish glow or complexion. It often refers to a person's skin tone, bloody, basically red. So ruddy skin, a lot of time they want you to think ruddy. This is what they want you to think, right? This is what you're going to see now. This is what you're going to see now. Yeah, white people, some slang term, a derogatory term is rednecks. Of course they talk about white people. No, this is rosacea. This is a thing of your skin being clear where you can see the blood through it. But this is not, are they talking about freckle or red and, but why were the Native American people called redskins? The Native American people were not even the more indigenous Native Americans. They weren't even my complexion. The more indigenous, for the most part, Native Americans, they were what we would refer to as brown skin. Okay. But notice they were like with Peter Pan, with that song, What Makes the Indian Red or whatever. Now, this is what they're going to now show you when they say ruddy skin. However, why did they name certain animals like the North American ruddy duck? Does this look pink or does this look brown? Ruddy animals, ruddy mongoose. You can find in Wikipedia. That looks like brown, doesn't it? So what was really meant by ruddy? What was actually meant by ruddy? Understand that brown is in the red family. the color brown. Okay. What was actually meant by ruddy? Ruddy animals. I just typed in ruddy animals. Okay. So you see a ruddy duck here. There's a ruddy mongoose, brown. Ruddy duck. I see colors. I see shades of brown. The ruddy mongoose, brown. Let me see. Ruddy frog, brown. This is a ruddy tree frog. Brown. Ruddy heifer, like red heifer, a red cow. Ruddy cow, red heifer, red cow. They want to sacrifice. Look like a shade of brown, huh? In the brown copper-like family. Not exactly, like it's not like Michael Blackson, dark skin, but ruddy. I would say that it's more in the brown skin, or just it could be chocolate, but it's more with a reddish. Yeah, like my mama was a ruddy woman. Ruddy cat. Ruddy cat. Brown cat. Oh, good one. Ruddy horse. So that's actually what's meant. So we never even really know what did they actually mean by olive when they say olive skin. Now, most of the olives I know, they say that Mediterranean people have today have these kind of greenish undertones. Maybe. But then I think of olives, I think of green or black. I know there are other colors, but I don't know. Who knows? Hey, Penisoy. So yeah, you got an idea. Ruddy skin. Okay. More likely skin that's like this. Okay. Or more in the brown skin category. Now, yes, there was a distinction. David was described as ruddy, almost like distinct from his brothers. So the majority of people may have been, of like David's brethren or people. They might have. Now, some people think that David might have been light skinned. I've seen depictions of Esau ruddy, like light skin. It could be, but I would assume that David, being that there was, a distinction, I would assume that while the majority of his people were, let's say, of a darker complexion, David was more brown skinned. You know what I'm saying? And you also just consider, if we go back just in using some common sense, how do you think the more original people all over this planet, how do you think they look? When you consider what Benjamin Franklin, he was saying not even 300 years ago, he was saying that the people of Sweden and Germany, a majority of Germans even, besides the Saxons at that time, at that period, because even the original Saxons, but by that period, like 275 years ago, the Saxons were now pretty much white. But he says that the Saxons and those in Britain at that time, they were the only white people on the planet. That's what Benjamin Franklin, who was able to travel to different countries, this is what he said. He said, however, he said the majority of people in Germany and Sweden, even, and all these countries, he said they were swarthy. And you know that swarthy means dark skin. Okay. And even when you consider dominant versus recessive traits and all that, it would tell you that the original people were not light white skin. Okay. And there's also a thing, like in my case, just recessive traits, not necessarily mixed, but recessive. We know that parents' dominant traits can produce children with more recessive traits. My parents were both darker than myself. My mother was ruddy, around the complexion of this child here on the left. She could fluctuate from the child on the left to the child to the right. She would have been put in the category of more brown skin though, because she would be like this child on the right. He could have been like this complexion of this baby down here. And in Africa, you know, like what's that? What is it, the Himba, I believe? And they put the red ochre on their skin. What is it, the Himba, or is the or is it the of Ethiopia? Well, anyways, yeah, because they see in certain, they see red skin, they see it as a healthy. You know, if you got like redder undertone, they see it as something healthy in certain African nations. Yeah. But this is what it was meant by ruddy. But anyways, getting back to, and I just wanted to show you, going to media assets, even when you consider, now we know that man was made of the dust. Now some translations say the dirt of the earth, some say dust. Okay, if we know that, and we know that the soil, what color is soil typically? Oh gosh, things are freezing up. Now things want to freeze up. Give me a second, child. Let me refresh because it's not going to what I'm clicking onto. Yeah, I'm trying to click onto the soil. It's not showing it. But anyways, soil is typically, dirt. Yeah, like it's being shown here, the soil. Oh gosh, why is stuff not showing? This is the depiction. This is from the why is it acting a fool? Give me a second, child. Let me refresh this. Oh, everything's freezing up. Okay. Hopefully y'all can press one if you can hear me. Yeah, it's been freezing up. I had to refresh, but it totally froze. Hopefully y'all can press one if you can hear me. Yeah, it's been freezing up. I had to refresh, but it totally froze. Wait. Oh, sorry. That's mine. Wait. Oh, sorry. That's mine. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. All right. Yeah, I was trying to, gosh, it's still kind of okay. Okay. So, you look at the soil here. Soil is typically, brown. You have sand and you have soil. It can range from a lighter brown, but typically, you think if man is made of soil. Now, something like in the scriptures in Genesis, speaks of man being formed of the dust. Some translations say dirt. You think of, molding clay mixed with behind. Yeah. So more than likely, and also when you have an understanding of dominant versus recessive traits, understand this is an Afrocentric mumble jumble. This is what they teach you. I've taken the course, I passed the college course in anthropology where we learned, and I had a white Caucasian Anglo-Saxon teacher who taught me about dominant versus recessive traits. Okay. For instance, two persons with dark brown eyes, they can produce a child with blue eyes. But typically, two persons with blue eyes, they can't produce a child with dark eyes. That is why usually when you have a biracial child, a mulatto, dark, black, white, one black parent, one white parent, one quote unquote black, black parent, the child usually, even if they have a parent with really, really blue eyes, usually they're going to have brown eyes. Now, of course, there are cases where they can have blue eyes. Yeah, but usually, or lighter eyes. But usually that's why the child is going to have dark eyes. Also, curly hair is dominant to straight hair. Okay. So that's why usually the child will have, you could find a biracial hair from like 3C to 4C, but it's not as likely that you'll find a biracial child with straight hair from 1A to like 2C. That's not as likely because curlier hair is more dominant. Okay. That is just, my parents were both darker than myself. So if you know anything about recessive, so it makes sense that the original people would be able or have the ability to create more of a variety. Now, some people, they might have think they may have just looked like this, but you best believe they were melanated. And this is from the 2nd, 3rd century depiction of Adam and Eve from the catacombs. Now, this is from 2nd and 3rd century from the catacombs of San Gennaro, Napoli, Italy. It is very clear that they intended for these people to be of a darker complexion, okay, whether ruddy, but yeah, you should know that, yeah, we can, although I do have my theory or my beliefs on where white skin, I do believe it's caused by mutation, and even I could show you white. Well, look at my video on the Horites and that. But anyways, and we know that. Okay, so this is the genealogy from Adam, had the son Seth. We know that Abel was unalived by his brother Cain, but going from his son Seth to Enos, not Enoch, but Enos, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and then we got Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And I do believe now, this is a depiction of Seth from I believe Russian iconography, Sakos iconography. Okay, this Ethiopian man here holding the book of Enoch. Now, some of y'all may not, but give it consideration. Perhaps we'll go into these books. So considering the depiction, if you understand, now this is my own artistic rendering. This is what I sketched and paint and colored. Okay. So this is something that I had created for a Bible series that I was going to work on. Okay. With this image of Noah and his wife here. Although the background images and the extra images I did not create, okay, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, but the image of Noah. And if you understand and reading the book of Enoch, you'll understand why I depicted him looking light like this, all right? But anyways, I do believe that Shem, Ham, and Japheth, I do believe that they were all melanated, all three. This came from Thoughts Camera, well, what used to be Thoughts Camera Action, his idea. But I do believe that Shem, Ham, and Japheth, they were all melanated, definitely. There's a depiction, they'll give you supposedly the Egyptians versus the Nubians. Notice they'll have the Egyptians looking ruddier, and they'll make a differentiation like the Nubians, or perhaps descendants of Cush were originally darker, and perhaps. Okay, but anyways, getting back to, so let me go back to let me go back to what I was talking about. Okay, with the scripture. Okay, so we should have an understanding of ruddy skin. Okay, what was meant by ruddy. All right. And even in going back to, that's where it says, my beloved is white and ruddy. And notice in different translations, it doesn't say white and ruddy. It says radiant and ruddy. It says dark and dazzling. Another translation, yeah. The New Living Translation says, my beloved is dark and dazzling, radiant and ruddy. So ruddy is basically brown skin, what black people would call brown skin. My mother was a ruddy brown skin woman. Okay, so, but why don't we break down what is the word that's being used? Why don't we go to, I'm trying to find, I thought I had it up. I'm trying to go to that. Oh, goodness. Song of Solomon 5:10. I'm trying to get the Hebrew lexicon. I'm trying to. Okay, this is the term here. Okay, let's break it down. This is from BibleHub.com. You're going to see this term here. Tazak. I don't know how this is pronounced, but this is what, my beloved is white. This is where they get the white. It said it's dazzling and lovely. It's this right here, Tazak. Now, these are the symbols using, but I noticed that they've changed it. So Tazak, meaning it could be, okay, from this right here, Tsachach, or it can also be Tzach. It means Strong's Concordance, dazzling, glowing, clear. See here? Tazak, bright, clear, pure. So where did they mean white though? But this is something I found to be very interesting. Okay, this is what's really interesting. You see here, Tazak. Now it says in the Strong's, I believe, 603. Okay, Tazak. Okay, this is more recently. I was like, I didn't see this where it said clear, dry, plainly white. But I noticed they also referenced the King James Version. Now it's an adjective describing a noun, meaning bright, clear, pure. Adjective, Tazak, or Tazak, T-S-A-C-H or T-S-A-K-H, Tazak. Now, King James Version, they say clear, dry, plainly white. And I'm like, wait a minute. When I looked at this before, it didn't show it like this. It didn't have white there when I looked at this before. Okay. All right. Now they're saying whiter, like white skin, right? So I said, let me do a Google search. Because I said, this is proof. I'm showing y'all proof how they be changing stuff, y'all. So please bear with me. Hang in here with me. I know this is being long and drawn out. So I said, you know what? Let me do a Google search. You see here, I went to tools and I did a custom range search. I said, let me look this up, this very same thing up before the year 2000, before the end of 2015. So I said, let me do it. I said, they've changed stuff. They've added that whiter. So you see this right here? Let me click into it. You see this right here? So they've given me from Bible Hub. Now, this is how it was in 2011. Check it out. Notice it was different. Why did they do this recent change in adding? Look. You see here? Same thing. Hold on. See, look. Song of Solomon 5:10. The adjective Tazak. Notice Tazak. They're saying, now this is today. This is what they show you today. They've added, but they make sure to say, oh, we got this from the King James Version. Clear, dry, plainly white. White or word origin, whiter. But on this one from 2011, Yeah, same thing. Only thing I noticed is 2703. Yeah, 2703. Hold on. See, notice it says they make sure to put white here. Whiter. To Zach. Remember the symbols too. But then when I look here, 2011, they don't have white. You see what I'm saying? Do y'all see this? Do y'all see this? Notice you don't see white or whiter. They felt no need to, it just says adjective, meaning dazzling, sunny, bright, evident, like clear. Dazzling, like as if it's bright, dazzling, sunny, bright. The term, remember the symbols as well, is used to describe something that is dazzling, sunny, bright, or evident, like clear. Derived from the root tezak, which means to be dazzling or bright. So why did they change it? Okay, this is 2011, and this is today. Why did they feel the need to emphasize white? And they put King James version. Yeah, we know that's how the King James version, but they want you to read that and see this is proof that he was white in skin. Whereas in 2011, now why in recent years are they doing these changes? Do y'all see this? Do y'all see the deception? That's why I was like, let me catch this live. I know I could do a polished video, but I want y'all to see this live so you can see that I'm not deceiving you. See the ad coming up and everything. Do you see how they change things conveniently? Especially as we're talking about this more and more. But anyways, yes, okay. Also, Open Bible. Now that was that source. They take it from Strong's Lexicon. BibleHub.com shared this. Strong's Lexicon. Wait, see, I want y'all. They used to be able where y'all could see. Hold on, I want y'all to see my full screen. Hold on, let me do a screen so you can see. Hold on, let me just real quick so you can see that I'm not playing. I want y'all to see the full screen so you can see the address. Give me a second, y'all, because I want y'all to know the deception. Hold on. Oh wait, if you see entire screen, yeah. But at least I want you to see it like this. Yeah, see this entire screen? So you got the address here. Do you see what I'm saying? So you see that I'm not, or at least in this case, maybe I'll cut it off. But so you can see the address, all right? So you see that I'm doing this live. You can see the time and everything. So you see that I'm doing this live, June 14th. But hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you don't want, and you see I got a lot of tabs up and stuff, I guess they cut it. Yeah, because I would prefer y'all seeing at least the address. Yeah, so why make the change? Why did they feel to emphasize whiter skin? You see what I'm saying? The deception. But anyways, other openbible.com to Zach, dazzling, glowing, clear. Dazzling, glowing, clear, meaning dazzling, sunny, bright, evident. Now, Strong Concordance has now changed it to mean clear, dry, plainly white. But they referenced it with the King James Version. Adjective, dazzling, glowing, clear. Okay. This is another Tizaga. Okay, a shining or glaring surface. This is like the masculine, I guess. Although this is a noun. I guess a shining or glaring surface, masculine. Tezakiak, glaring as opposed to bright sun, higher place, top. Okay, and I guess this would be the feminine. Oh gosh, you know I can't pronounce that. Brightness, radiance. Okay. So some could say that it still might mean white skin, or does it? So let's go to this. Okay, a publication here of Hebrew and English lexicon of the Old Testament, including the Biblical Chaldee. This is from Wilhelm Genesis, published by Hugh Mifflin Company, 1882. It's a book on the English language. This is from 1882. Okay, it says here, page 890. Do you see the symbol here? Do you see the symbol? Okay, I looked it up. I see, you see, wait, I'm sharing this, right? I can't, I want to come in closer, but if you can see here, it says derived from this. This is, I used the symbol. I did a search on the symbol, and it says sunny, hence dry, parched. Just wanted to show you. Can you see that? Well, you see the symbol. I made sure to copy and paste and went using the symbol for Tazaka, the Hebrew symbol, or what is it, idiom? That was it called, the symbol for the letters, or and it says sunny, hence dry, parched. Okay, here's another source. The commentary of Ibn Ezra on Isaiah, translation of the commentary. This is from the Society of Hebrew Literature, Abraham ben Mir ibn Ezra from 1873. Where's that person who was up in here earlier? But we're not done. We're not done. Okay. Also, it was highlighted. It was. I thought I had it highlighted so it could be easier for y'all to see. But anyways, you see here. This is the symbol right here. Oh gosh, can I on page 86? By the way, let's see if I can try to. I'm trying to see if I can pull it in closer so you guys can see. But notice it says, okay, there's a symbol and with another word. There are two words here, Hebrew words. But the first symbol here is that Tzak symbol, and it means pure, and it's pure air. So pure. So not necessarily white, but pure. But you know, white people, they want you to see pure as meaning white. Didn't I tell you when they decided to call themselves white and call us black, it was something more symbolic, like saying we are the pure people, while you are representing death and gloom and doom. But you see, Tzak, it didn't mean white, but pure or clear, or some cases, I guess, like radiant. Okay, so here, Dictionnaire de Langue Sainte, Edward Lay from 1703. So expect that this is going to be in another language, but you know how I do. I'm going to, if I got to go to Google Translator, so be it, and type a whole bunch of stuff, I will. Now, it should have been highlighted. I don't know why it's not highlighted to make it easier, but let me try to find it. It was highlighted. Okay. Well, here's this. Okay, the Tazadak. Okay. Where was it? Where was it? Oh my gosh, it was highlighted, y'all. This is, by the way, this is page 550. I gotta find it. It was highlighted. Oh, here it is, right here. Tazakak. You see it? Can you see it right there? Tazak. Okay, we'll just say Tazak. There it is. And there's the symbols, some of the symbols. Pure net liquid, pure net liquide, lucent poly blanc. Now I know blanc is white. When I hear blanc, I see white. Okay, and again, this is a publication from 1703. So I typed in Google Translator. What does those words mean for Tazak? Pure, clean, liquid, shiny, polished, but they do also have white. But I guess they could use it to mean white, but is that what they necessarily meant in the scriptures? The pure, clean, liquid, shiny, polished. Just being fair, just totally being fair. Okay, 1693. Let's go to, I like older publications by Louis Thomason. Method de, y'all see the title here. As long as y'all can see it, all right? I don't speak. Oh yeah, by the way, the language that last one was in was French. That was the language that was detected with the last thing I shared. I believe that this is Latin. Okay, so now this is from 1693. Yeah, I believe this is the Latin. This is from, I like even older sources. Okay, all right. What we looking for? Okay, I'm looking for that. They had it highlighted. Okay, here it is right here. It was highlighted. So you see it, Aridus Glaber Nitens. And also, it makes you wonder, why did they drop? Why do we no longer speak Latin? Now, we have Latin languages that are derived from Latin. And, you know, I believe Latin comes from Lotan. Lotan, yeah, if you look in the Bible, Lotan, I believe that's where Latin language, like some people believe English is the language of the fallen angels. But anyways, okay. But why do we no longer speak Latin? Maybe because they don't want to speak in Latin anymore, the original Latin language, because so much was written in Latin and they don't want us to. Maybe that's why, nobody really speaks Latin anymore. We got these, the languages spawned from the Latin language. But anyways, okay, you see, Tazakak, because when you find these publications that are like in Latin, because sometimes I'll sit and I'll type it out in Google Translate because I can't copy paste it. Yeah, it reveals a lot. Okay, but again, Tazak, okay, they got here, Aridus Glaber Nitens. Okay, again, this is just for the knowing, this is page 958. So, of course, I had to, Aridus Glaber Nitens. So I said, what does this mean? Now they have. So I went to Google, the language detected, Latin, dry, hairless, shiny. So I am going to conclude, considering all that I have just looked at, I am going to come to the conclusion that actually what was meant by this term here was not white, as in like white skin. I am going to, and remember, I showed you that they changed it. This is not how it originally was when I came to BibleHub.com, getting the Strong's lexicon, translation from the original Hebrew text, what was said to be the original Hebrew text. They didn't have this clear, dry, plainly white. You notice that they made sure to put King James Version, because that's pretty much where you see that. But originally, so I said, let me do a search. Remember, I showed you. I said, let me do a search. And through Google Tools, search everything that was up in here before 2015, or before the end of 2015. And this from 2011. Yeah, this is how I originally saw this in Strong's lexicon. Might have even shown this to y'all. It didn't put the white. It just said an adjective, dazzling, sunny, bright, evident, like clear. I guess you can also say pure, clear, perhaps dazzling, bright, polished, but not white, as in white skin. Okay, so now when you read that, my beloved is white and ruddy, or when you read now, Song of Solomon 5:10, it kind of reads differently. You're not thinking King James Version. So really what's being said is my beloved is dazzling and ruddy, or bright and ruddy, or polished and, like saying, because he's white and red. So which is it? And notice this version here. So is it more, my beloved is radiant and ruddy, distinguished among 10,000? So now it reads a little differently, doesn't it? When you read that in the Song of Solomon. Well, oh yeah, and also just for the knowing, let me go to the exact Also, when you read further in that, wait, hold on. Let's go to Song of Solomon 5. All we got to do is go to and you're going to also notice, I noticed that she didn't read in the Coming to America. I don't recall her reading this. For those who don't know, in the following scripture, now we just read Song of Solomon 5:10, but in the following scripture, let's go to Bible Hub. She says, after saying that he is radiant and ruddy, she says, his head is of purest gold. His hair is wavy and black as a raven. Now that's the new translation. But the older translations, but what's interesting, this is the King James Version. His head is as the most fine gold. His locks are bushy. That's what's interesting. His locks are bushy. Now, being I'm not really trying to talk about hair, be that, his hair was described as locks. Locks. Later, they'll try to say braids, saying that his locks are like a cluster of dates and black as a raven. His locks, but it's interesting, King James Version, his locks are bushy and black as a raven. Then they'll say his locks are wavy locks. And when you usually, now they'll just say, oh, locks, that only mean bundles, like bundles of hair, like what you buy that's what locks mean. No, when they meant lock, they meant his hair was in locks. Samson's hair was also described as growing in locks. And there are also always these references to wool in talking about the Israelites' hair. That's what's interesting. King James Version that said white and radiant, but they also said that his head is now they're saying, now are they saying that his hair is gold as in blonde? Why would she say as the most fine gold? Is that just a metaphor, or that like richness, or luxurious, like metaphor or something? Is she just being poetic? Because she also said that his locks are bushy and black as raven. Now, black like the raven, or black as so she goes into his locks are bushy, even though they translate wavy, but we'll break that down later, but perhaps in another video. But she described his hair as black, so how could it be gold? I also want to show you, I have it in my bookmark, I'm going to show you later, that they did a custom during that time of sprinkling gold dust in the hair of the kings. I have, hold on. I know I got it here. I don't feel like going to my bookmark on it. Yeah, dust of gold hair, said by Flavius Josephus. I don't feel like going into that right now, but understand this was a custom, something that they did. I just don't feel like going into it right now because I'm already just stretching this out and all over the place. But there is a history of the hair of the world.com, the hair in ancient times, and a custom that they would do. There's other sources. Okay, in the time of King David, the hair was a valuable ornament, and the longer it was, the more it was esteemed. They used to powder their hair with dust of gold. Flavius Josephus, the Roman Jewish historian, tells us in his Antiquities of the Jews that Solomon and their guard, with long flowing hair on their shoulders, scattered in their hair daily small particles of gold, which made it shine and sparkle by the reflection of the rays of the sun upon it. Hebrews used to anoint their hair with several kinds of oils. They also use perfumed oils, and that's also, and if that is true, but we can look more into that. We know that people, I'm not saying that other races of people can't or don't use oil in their hair, But we know in greasing and oiling your hair and all of that, yeah, that's something that's more commonly done with our people for reasons considering the shape of our hair, the the porosity, how our hair holds or is less likely to hold on to moisture. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whereas if they were doing all that, like let's say Caucasian people, doing all that oiling of the hair, because they gotta wash their hair more often, being that their hair holds on to that. Do you understand? Having but anyways, yeah, their hair would be rather stinky and mucky and yucky if they were doing all this with their hair regularly. Yeah, but they scattered in their hair daily small particles of gold, which made it shine and sparkle the reflection of the rays of the sun upon it. Hebrews used to anoint their hair with several kinds of oils. They also used perfumed oils, which they used to spill on their heads, on the heads of their visitors as a welcome signal. And of course, they would pour their hair when they were anointed king oil. But anyways, I'm gonna look more into that to get more information on that. But let me move on. Move on. Where was I? What was I? Where was I? Okay, another one. So we see that with Taz, that okay, so that explains that. Why do I have this scripture here? Oh, Lamentations chapter 4. Let's go to Lamentations chapter 4. Now, Lamentations chapter 4, where am I trying to go to? Oh my gosh, are you going to tell me that I have forgotten? Y'all know them. Okay. Her Nazarites were purer than snow. They were whiter than milk. This is what I'm going to here. The Nazarites were purer than snow. They were whiter than milk. They were more ruddy in their body than rubies. Their polishing was of sapphire. Okay. Now with the whole thing of whiter or brighter, let's go to other translations. Now, it says their princes were brighter than snow and whiter than milk, bodies more ruddy than rubies, their appearance like lapis lazuli. Our princes once glowed with health. This is New Living Translation. Brighter than snow, whiter than milk. Their faces were as ruddy as rubies, their appearance like fine jewels. They're different translations, as you can see. Okay, but once again, let's break it down. Okay, they're saying is Zaku brighter than whiter, her princes. Okay, go to the brighter, her princes than snow and whiter than milk. Okay, Sahu. But once again, you got that. So when I looked up, I said, what is this Sahu or Sahu? I said, let me look it up. And this right here. And once again, Sahu, you got that term, dazzling, that did not mean white as in white skin. See, the term Sahu, yeah, Hebrew word derived from, there we go, Tazak, meaning to glare. It didn't mean being dazzlingly white. And then when I looked up the symbology or the lexicon, the Hebrew letters that were used, dang on it, I'm getting lost. Things are freezing on me. Yeah, once again, you got this, the Tazak, Sehu, a Hebrew word derived from Tazak, meaning to glare. Well, it didn't mean to be dazzlingly white, as we explained. It can be used as an adjective, like how white something is, like it's dazzling white, or just dazzling or bright or pure or whatever, but not necessarily white. And also when I looked up the symbol that they're using here, it's the same thing this clarity. This word meaning purity, clarity, brightness. However, if we go back to, it also says their visage, it follows their visage. Okay, her Nazarites were purer than snow. They were whiter than milk. They were more ruddy in blood than their rubies. Their polishing was of sapphire. But also, it says their visage is blacker, like saying in a. So, are they just talking about a healthy versus unhealthy state? Saying that they were, okay, their visage is blacker than coal. A coal, they are not known in the streets. Their skin cleaveth to their bones. So is this talking about like comparing like a state of being like when they were famished versus when they were healthy? So I would assume that they were still brown. And someone mentioned, okay, with the description of rubies. Yeah, for you to even get black, you gotta be brown skinned. Usually when white people get unhealthy, they become pale. Not black. But anyways, it says their visage is blacker than a coal. They are not known in the streets. So is this just describing? But even in talking about rubies, since there was a person in chat room, yeah, so these are the saying that they were bright once, or like bright, clear, like their skin was clear and looked healthy. They were ruddier, like rubies. Now, this could just be, now blue skin, got blue undertones, sapphire. But yeah, remember, we got a so-called alien skin. But anyways, remember someone taunting black people saying we got blue, we only have supposedly blue undertones, only supposedly. But anyways, it's interesting, a sapphire reference here. But I just want to show you, how do rubies, want to give y'all an image since we're mentioning rubies. I want y'all to know now, usually typically we think of rubies as being red, right? It's being red, right? Since the person in the chat room mentioned rubies. Well, you need to see rubies. Let me show you an image here of rubies. These are rubies before they're heated, heat treated and polished and all that. This is rubies on the right, on the left in its raw form. These are rubies in its raw form. Since, who is that poster? Where you at? You seem to disappear. I know I've been up in here. Lion's Time. Remember you said that they were described as rubies, right? Hold on. You're saying olive. Okay. Hold on. Where is your post? You said David was ruby looking, like an Arab. Really? What type of Arab? Okay, this is no, you said ruddy. I'm sorry, oh gosh. Why did I see ruby? Oh, because you only used one. But I've broken down with the ruddy. Okay, they may use images today of white people with freckles to represent ruddy. However, why did they name these animals ruddy that just happen to be brown? And I'm sure when they labeled these animals as the ruddy mongoose, I'm sure that was years ago, years before the internet even, when they decided to call the ruddy tree frog and all of that. But anyways, these are rubies in its raw form. And this is a ruby, after being heated. So the rubies to the left in its raw form. Yeah, these are also some raw rubies. What color are these rubies? What color? I mean, what group of people tend to have skin this color? Commonly, of course we know we're not the only ones. You have people East Indian and stuff, but these are rubies in its raw form. Now this also kind of have like, now this is blasting rubies in a microwave furnace can make the gemstones clearer. Scientists have discovered. The pictures above show a ruby before its treatment on the left and after on the right. So after it's been treated, you know, with the heat, however they do that, but this on its raw form on the left. And of course, in ancient times, I'm sure that they treated the rubies and they did all this, had an understanding of how to, do the Tazak treatment and making them clear or whatever. But that's a raw ruby on the left. When I think of ruby colored skin, this woman, she looked like she has ruby colored skin. This looked like a ruby looking complexion and it's raw. This woman here looks like she has skin very similar to those rubies. You know, I kind of see the kind of maroon like undertones. Look kind of, yeah, I think this would be kind of a ruby complexion, much like those stones. Remember how they, with the California raisins, they became real popular when I was in junior high with that one commercial, Heard It Through the Grapevine Motown song, Marvin Gaye. And I did not know until much years later that there was a little bit of controversy, or there was some people who felt that. Now, I remember I heard Paul Mooney joking on it, but I didn't know one of the reasons it kind of fell out of popularity, because this was a big deal. White folks collecting little figurines of the California raisins. I remember that commercial. It started with that one little commercial when I was in junior high. Then it got big, you know. And yeah, they were singing this black, but I didn't know that there may have been some people who may have been offended, saw this as kind of racially offensive because it would be black singers that, yeah, they would be songs like by Motown. They even had one, Michael Jackson, California Raisin, but it would usually just be, they even gave them their own little cartoon and stuff. But yeah, it is something that, and you could see by the way they made their faces, the lips, the cheekbones and everything, you could tell that they were like black people. But I didn't even think nothing of it like that. Like where they, yeah, Paul Mooney kind of made a joke on that. Like, you know, expressing that he was also, you know, like he was offended by that. He saw that as offensive with the California raisins. But, you know, just like how they claim that we have skin like eggplant, you know, that's been a derogatory term referring to us as eggplant. But I didn't even think about that. Like they were making fun of black. I didn't even see it like that. But I was like in junior high. They had all these. But when you think about it, you know, there are a lot of black people with the, you know, with this kind of a similar complexion. Yeah, this is how they had them in the commercials, the California raisins. So this is actually a ruby complexion. And whose complexion is similar to this? Okay. Anyways. Getting back to let me see where we at. Getting back to and we also know Job 30:30, where Job, what does he say? Now, he could have been talking on his state of being. Perhaps he was talking about his state of being at the time. And this is King James Version, because he was like kind of in a dying, like very sickly condition. But where he says here, I remember showing my auntie was Jehovah's Witnesses. She was like, because she usually don't like us. My auntie, who was Jehovah's Witness, who I lived with, she usually didn't like all this, what I guess some say Hebrew Israelite talk. But we showed her the scripture. I know that she was a woman who's read the scriptures I know she's like read the Bible, but I guess she didn't see it. But she was kind of shocked sometime before she passed when we showed her this a couple of years ago before she passed in 2021, where it said Job 30:30. My brothers and I showed her where it said, "My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat." Now he was in a sickly like situation, but for his skin to be black upon him, yeah, I would assume that Job had some brown skin. Let's just see. Different translations. My skin has turned dark. My skin turns black and falls from me. My skin grows. Now we know too. Now white folks, they get. Let's say if it's a thing of being sunburnt, or their skin doesn't necessarily turn black. It kind of turns just red, right? And if they're in a situation, where they're dying, it seems like the skin turns pale when they're kind of sickly, right? Versus black. Now, all the translations pretty much say dark, black, or they'll have it's turned black, but just something to consider. But anyways, let's go to, are we not done? Now, let's go to Revelation. Okay, so we're in Revelation chapter 1. Okay, what are the exact? Okay, okay, so as the Messiah is being described in Revelation, like John, his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow. So they're kind of giving you a color and a texture, right? You're saying white as snow. Now, they're giving you, but they're also comparing it to wool. Why compare it to wool and snow? You know that when you think of wool, of course, okay, I said wool hair, so let me be more, they showed. You think of the texture of wool. Let's say this unshaven wool. You typically don't think white people hair. Okay. All right. Hair like wool. Yeah, typically. Now some say maybe it's just like biracial hair. Okay, all right, okay. But this is why do people talk as if black people come from biracials and not vice versa? You cannot have a mulatto black. You have to have the monoracial. Otherwise, the biracial does not exist. You have to have, the monoracial that you're putting down. You gotta have, and actually, those who even are considered white people, they're not really indigenous. They're like of the original mixed people. Okay. You can't have, I don't know, people talk as if, y'all, everything from us, you can't, you still got to have that, they talk as if, like the egg before the chicken, you still got the chicken before the egg, if you believe in creation, that is. Okay, that's where those coils, those curls come. That's what it originally comes from. Okay, the Eulothricus hair, all right, which is dominant to stray hair. It just is what it is. Okay. You see these sheep here, unshaven. Okay. Let me see. Wool, black sheep hair, to even give you a better idea. I don't know if this sheep's hair has been combed, but yeah, to give you an idea, Yeah, there's always these references, seem to be more references to sheep. Why not compare the hair to horses or goats? Only time I heard that it was maybe with Esau, but even in the case of Esau, I don't want to use any images I think might be AI. Okay, I want the hair uncombed, in its natural form. Yeah, but anyways, the hair is described. Oh, this is a good one here. It's being like wool, like wool. Okay. But anyway, so you get the idea. I think that's the closest you'll get. And it's interesting, of all the things, sheep, that's the closest you may get in the animal kingdom. Even though we're said to have derived from animals, but you don't see too many primates with hair, animal primates with hair like ours. Okay, the closest may be a baboon. Baboons don't look like black folks. But I think of all the animals to compare, why wool? Why sheep? And usually, like I said, the ancient Egyptians, they would make their hair either of human hair or wool. Why wool? Why not horse hair? Why not goat hair? Because obviously that was the hair that was kind of resembling closer to their own hair at that time. And again, if you understand, what is said to be, I didn't say this originally, but dominant versus recessive traits, it would make sense that the original people had coilier hair. Even when you look at some of the supposedly ancient statues and busts of Rome and Greece, if you notice, they had curly hair, even if the hair wasn't as coily. This tells me that there was a time when you had more Europeans, even more so, with curly, perhaps even coilier hair. It got straighter over time. So if you even had Europeans with this curly hair, how do you think the ancient people, even of the so-called Middle East, do you think that they had hair like what you typically may see today on a Palestinian in your liquor store? That's usually straight, maybe wavy, curl, somewhat curly, but for the most part straight? I don't think so. Okay, going back to his head and his hairs were white like wool and white as snow. His eyes were as a flame of fire. So think red, ruddy, think brown. And his feet, but this also, some could say this is just like this is like a vision of a dream or kind of symbolic, or this may not have been how he exactly looked like on earth, but let's still consider it. And his feet like unto fine brass. This is the King James Version, since that's, more popular. What was that? And his feet, verse 15, Revelation 1, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burn in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. Okay. So Revelation 1:15, notice there are different translations that say his feet were like, King James Version said his feet was like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace. But there are other translations, like New International, New Living, English, they say why is it most of these other translations? Why is it only the King James Version that's saying bronze? All the other translations saying bronze. Now, some say, oh, well, these are latter translations. Many of these might be latter translations. But why would the later translations change it from brass to bronze? So here we go again. Well, we go to BibleHub.com. I believe this is taken from Strong's Concordant. Go to Parallel Greek. In this case, because you got to understand the powers that be at this time. So going to these Greek translations, fine bronze. Okay, so I guess the word here, the script used, translated to fine bronze. So, and you got to understand, why were these scripts like written in Greek and these, like, because why do we write in English today? Because these are the people who were in power at this time. Although I do have a publication on it saying that the original texts were actually Hebrew, but yeah, around this time we believe, or we are told that the scriptures translated in around this time in Greek, in the European languages, or said to be European languages, because we got to understand who was in power at the time of Christ and after, and the Roman, Grecian, or this said to be, believed to be, the descendants of Javan, more specifically, like the Grecians, the Romans. Yeah. So the term here, as you can see, I can't pronounce that, but it was initially, even though King James Version, you got to remember, when was the King James Version originally, when was that translation originally made? It was after the Renaissance. But I guess in the original Greek, it was bronze, fine bronze, burned in a furnace. So that's perhaps why some of these later translations, because I know some people swear by the King James Version. And I'm not saying to trust, to totally, not, look into things with these latter translations either now. But yeah, so obviously, yeah, it's bronze actually. Now, how does bronze look? Bronze burned in a furnace. Even if we were to look at brass, even if we are to look at brass, now it didn't just say brass, but brass burned in the furnace. Now this is burnt brass. But we believe that they meant bronze. Not brass, but bronze in the furnace. His feet. Y'all know them little, these are kind of popular, the little shoes, little baby shoes to have, like bronze shoes. Whose skin is now? How does that look? Look kind of dark brown to me. Right? Looks pretty dark to me. Hold on. What does it look like? So I am going to assume, if we were to go by this, if we believe that this is how the Messiah's skin looked when he was alive, although this is from a dream, then I'm going to assume that his feet, then his skin, if his feet is describing his skin, I'm assuming that his skin looked like this. Or may have looked, or was in this family of complexions. Right? Makes sense, doesn't it? We're not done. Also, I want you to pay attention also. This is another description. Okay, now, and I'm just going to King James Version. Revelations 4, also describing the Messiah. Okay, why don't we read verses 2 and 3? I'm trying to highlight it, but okay, we'll read verses 2 and 3. Oh, gosh. And immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne. And he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone. And there was a rainbow about the throne in sight, like unto an emerald. Now, they're saying there was a rainbow round about the throne, in sight, like, I guess like beautiful, like an emerald, the rainbow that is, that's being described around the throne. But they're saying that he that sat on that throne to look upon, he's being compared to a jasper and a sardine stone. These are the stones that he is being compared to, unlike the rainbow. He's being compared of all the stones, diamonds and emeralds and all the stones and minerals and pearls, what from a clan, but pearls, all the things he could have been. Why is it that these are the stones, the precious stones? Now, this could be just a metaphor description, but he could have been, compared to sapphire, but of when they're saying he that's set to look upon, like a jasper and a sardine. So we should see him as precious and, like a precious mineral in a sense. But these are the stones that are chosen, that he has described, a jasper and a sardine stone. A raw jasper stone is a dense, opaque variety of microcrystalline quartz known for its earthy, made of the dirt, matte texture, and rich color variations. Okay, raw sardine stone, and more specifically, the sardine stone, also known as a sard or sardius, is a translucent brownish red to deep red. Remember, we talked about what ruddy is. Where you at? Where's that person that was here earlier? Deep red variety of chalcedony. Forgive me for any mispronunciations. It is incredibly similar to carnelian, but tends to be slightly harder, darker, and more opaque. Okay, so why don't we look at these stones in its raw form? This is the sardine stone. This is polished, obviously. This is already treated. But in its rawer form, this is sardine stone. Let me see. No, that's not sardine. That says sodalite stone. This says sardonyx crystal stone. I said sardine stone, or the sardius stone. Okay, here he is. Okay, the wonderful world. Oops, tried to go to the site. Okay, wonderful. So this is the sardine stone, or the sardius stone. So that's the sardine stone in its raw form. So as you can see, it's a brown. Some of these stones that they're showing are not the sardius stone, like I'm seeing. I could tell. You can also tell when they have been treated, or I'm just trying to get it totally in its raw form. But regardless, and he was probably speaking of it, how it looked treated, but just to give you an idea. This is more in its raw form. In a raw form. The sardius stone. Also in its raw form. So is that what was meant by ruddy? But let's also look at, what was the other one? The jasper, right? Oh goodness, I'm losing where I'm at. Where am I? Okay, so we saw the sardine stone raw. This is the sardius stone raw. This is raw unheated. This is the sardius or sardine stone. And let's see, the jasper stone. Yeah, that was the other one, right? In its raw form. So the jasper stone tend to also be brown. Now, of all the stones, we saw the ruby raw, we saw the jasper, we saw of all the stones. Why are these the ones? It says here, raw, brecciated jasper stone. That's what it says here. So now this is after being polished. Behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne, and he sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone. So that's telling you right there. That's telling you right there. You see, the sardius stone. So Christ is described as a sardius stone and a jasper stone. And look at the color of the stones. Of all the stones to be compared to, I've shown you in its raw form, and you see in the polished form. These are brown, dark brown with a ruddy like stones. We've seen the pictures, we've seen the artistic renderings. Okay, there's so much more I can go into. By the way, this is pbs.org, PBS, Public Broadcasting. This is a painting. So they're showing it here, pbs.org, not an Afrocentric site. I'm trying to avoid. This is what they are sharing, this image here, this depiction from the Roman catacombs, which is earlier than that Pantocrator, what do you call that? Yeah, the one that's Wikipedia showing. This is an earlier depiction from the Roman catacombs. Okay? And this is PBS, the Roman Empire in the 1st century. They know, they cannot deny, though, that's another thing. They know that the one who now may be referred to as Jesus, although that was not his name, but they know that he existed. They can't deny that. Wikipedia, Encyclopedia Britannica, PBS, they cannot deny that he existed. Now, whether or not you see him as being a person who was holy or divine, at least you have to recognize that he did exist. They can no longer deny that. Just like they thought that they initially denied the Hittites, but then there's a lot of evidence that the Hittites, this demographic of people, did exist. Pontius Pilate, who was spoken of, who allowed or gave the authorization for the Messiah to be put to death. Pontius Pilate, the Roman emperor, they know there's evidence that he existed. And this did happen with this crucifixion. The thing is that they will deny, the scholars and all that, they know that he existed, Yahushua, the one who is commonly today perhaps referred to as Jesus. And that's why maybe we do need to get away from, the name Jesus, because I may go into that in another video when I looked up with Jesus and also another translation of Esau. But anyways. Yeah, so if we're talking about the Jesus Christ of the Catholic Church, okay, yeah, that's not the person who's spoken of in the scriptures. That Caesar Borgia person. That's why perhaps in us having, for us to be able to have a new image or an original, or what, or idea of Yahusha in our mind when he was on earth. Perhaps that's why we need to stop saying Jesus, even, because I'm not going to lie, when I think Jesus, it still comes in my mind, Jesus Christ Superstar, from the movies I saw when I was a child in the 70s. We'd watch it Christmas time. Those images, and even the Jehovah's Witness images, those are the images that still come in my head, But I'm not one to tell you shouldn't say, And it also is interesting, you see this publication here. When is this? Hold on, when is this? It's just something also. Now but this is just a book from 2014. Talmudet Yeshua, the life and story of Jesus, Yahusha. This is just from 2014. Okay, but one thing to also consider. Now, it has been debated. I know I learned from Jehovah's Witnesses that he was not put on a tile cross, but on a stake. A wooden stake, not exactly in the cross-like formation. They believe that that's something more symbolic with paganism. I don't know. I'm not certain on that. They believe it was storos, not cross, that he was put on. They just changed translation to mean cross. That could be true. But interesting though, still he's described as being hanged on a tree. What group of people have been executed by? Who are the people you mostly know to have been executed by hanging on a tree or from a tree? When you really, it's just something to think about. It's interesting. How will it be known? Why did they choose that execution? That's really just something to think about. That's really something to think about. It says here, how will it be known which is the tree on which Yeshua the Nazarene was hanged? Just something to think about and consider. Even when you consider the way he was put to death. What is this whole thing with our people being hung from trees? And, just something to think about. There's so much we can go into. So many lies, myths with Christmas and everything. Constantine. But then we got to look at the Hamitic nations as well. There's so much I can go into. Of course, you've seen this site, Real History, www.com. This is before all this, these sites and stuff and these videos that we made and information we shared before all of this advanced AI technology. So we're actually because now you might see some stuff. Now you might see some straight up lies. But I got so much. It's just so much. One thing too I noticed. See, this is what I'm running into. Okay, this here, a bookmark. Yeah. I noticed as I'm going to certain sites, this is what I'm coming up with. Stuff missing. Oh yeah. What was it? Oh gosh, there was something else I was going to share on the Fulani. Okay. But anyways. Oh my goodness. Everything I'm going to, things that and Edom, red ground earth. Wait, what's this playing? Something is playing that I didn't play. Something started playing that I don't recall playing. But I don't know where it's coming from. Something's playing, I don't know where it's coming from. Is it PBS? Something I clicked on and it's playing and I didn't play it. So, but I'm hearing it and I don't know where it's coming from because I got so many tabs open and I don't want to close these tabs as of yet. Okay, I think I got it. It's supposed to be the prophet Nahum. You guys, so we've been lied to so much. We have been lied to so much. There's so much. Wait, I hear it again. I thought I closed it. Okay, I heard it again. Come up. Okay, and even with Adam, some say Adam, and they say that Adam was red, the original man. He had to be white because Adama, very similar to Edom, meaning red ground, earth, red ground. So, what is meant by earth? When you think about ruddy, it's almost like a combination of red and mud, ruddy. So, red earth, as in brown. That's what yeah. To produce or to be red ground, earth, Adam. Yeah, this was interesting from oh gosh, Just Genesis site, J Andy on Genesis.blogspot.com. Was Adam. Now I remember this image from, this image I remember from a Jehovah's Witness publication, actually. The Paradise book. I remember when that book was introduced in 1982, and our family, had to study it when I was living with my auntie. I remember, and I really liked this book because it had really, really great illustrations. But this was from the Jehovah's Witness or Watchtower publication. We didn't have .org back then. The Paradise book that they took this image from. The biblical case showing Adam being made from, that's what's interesting. They showed Adam being made from the dust of the earth, or the dirt of the earth, some translations. Okay, but it's interesting. They still, if he was made from the dirt of the earth, how did his skin become white? How did his skin become alabaster? Think about it. Just use some common sense. Now, even if he wasn't, let's say, as dark as Michael Blackson or even Wesley Snipes, even if he wasn't as dark, he had to definitely be melanated. And I would think that he would be made not of just of dust, but of soil, or you know what I'm saying? Not like sand necessarily, but just going, to, oh my gosh, there is just so much, but I know, oh gosh, I can't cover it all. I might have no choice but to put this in videos, but I did want to go over this live with y'all just to catch the reason, also because I'm just seeing stuff being removed. The meaning of Adam, insight into the Adama. It seems like it wouldn't take as long when I'm gathering this information. Like the ground, man can produce a virtually unlimited bounty of fruits. And of course, we die, return to dust. Let me share this. What is this now? What is this? These are just things I have saved and bookmarked. Journal of the Transactions of the Victoria Institute or Philosophical Society of Great Britain, volume 27 from 1894. This is published by the Victoria Institute under Religion and Science. Now, this is from 1894. Let me see here. What is it? This is just something I bookmarked. Okay, Aduma. Why do I have this bookmark? Why do I have this open? I'm not certain. I got it open for a reason. Okay, Aduma must then here indicate a town which was called something, the Red or the Field, like one of the villages. Yeah, so comparing the red to the field, or obviously have it open for a reason. I have a feeling that there's more to it than red or the field, like red as in dirt, not red as in. Now, why do I have this? Now I've talked about the Horites and the white. Oh, this is why I got this open. Remember when I talked about the white race, or the origin, perhaps the original white race, perhaps being the Horites, who did end up mixing with the Edomites, some of them. Okay, this is from 1888. This is a Bible-related publication. It's in the category of Bible. Samuel Cox, Sir William Robertson Nicole, James Moffat. This is the Expositor from 1888. Okay, and this is on page 53, the white race of ancient Palestine. So if you had this white race that they claim was of ancient Palestine or in the Jordan, particularly, I guess they're talking about in Seir, okay, why would you think that why wouldn't you think that the Palestinians today are mixed? If you notice that, I noticed this even before what's been recently making news, even though it's been going on the attacks on Palestine. I noticed even before this, in my early days in the internet, like going back to early 2000s, I noticed that a lot of these white Anglo-Saxon Americans, they seem to have had this sympathy for the Palestinians, almost like they related to them. You understand? Now, the Palestinians, many of them, who they claim that they are like these descendants of Canaan. Many of them are claiming that they're these descendants of Canaan. Okay. Hey, James Leon. But, okay, they're saying, okay, this publication talking about the white race of ancient Palestine. So why wouldn't you think to that person who was up in here posting earlier, who seemed to have conveniently disappeared? But, hey, I know I've been in here for a while. I don't expect them to be up in here all day. But why would you not think that the people you see today in Palestine are not mixed people, or not, and not the indigenous people of the land? But anyways, they're talking about the white race. Now, why would they feel the need to talk about a white race of ancient Palestine? Okay. The skulls and objects discovered have led them to further believe that this race was the long-headed white race still so largely represented in Europe. Again, this belief, the existence of the cromlechs of Palestine and Moab have been invoked as we now see erroneously. In Palestine and on the eastern side of the Jordan, as well as in northern Africa and Western Europe, the cromlechs were accompanied by a tall white race. Now, what's interesting, they talk about the Horites, like think chloride, Corey or Horite, bleach, chloride, Horite. Okay, the Corey or the Horite, as derived like Corey, white bread, is derived like Corey, meaning white bread, from a root signifying whiteness. And see in contrast between the Horite and the Edomite, the contrast between the earlier white race, they're saying earlier, because remember, it said that before Esau displaced them, you had in this area in Seir, in the Jordan, you had the Horites. They are believed to be descendants of Cain, well, not descendants of Canaan, masculine, but they are believed to be descendants of the fallen angels who made it with women who happened to be daughters of Canaan. Believe that Canaan was originally black, but there were some daughters of Canaan who mingled with the fallen angels, creating the Nephilim, and it's believed that that may have been what caused the mutation that caused the white skin, or what they would now refer to as the Neanderthal gene. Because you'll find videos of white people saying that they've already said that red hair and even blue eyes is a mutation, caused by a mutation, and they're even now saying that white skin. You see the contrast between the Horite and the Edomite, and the contrast between the earlier white race and the red-skinned Semites who succeeded them. Now, what was meant? Why are they're making a distinction? So if redneck, if red skin, because they'll say, well, hey, a slang term for white people, rednecks, right? So these are the red people. So if ruddy or red skin, if it originally, why did they call themselves white and Native Americans red? And we know Native Americans weren't even what we would consider light skinned, not the original indigenous ones. So why are they making this distinction? They're distinguishing the Edomites from the Horites, but we do know that the Edomites, that Esau did marry a Horite, and Horite is synonymous with Hivite. So why is there in this publication? And again, this ain't no Afro. You talk, oh, this is right. This is what they eat. This is their. Hold on. This is what the stuff they were talking. So what do they know? You know what I'm saying? This is from their publications. Hold on. Let's see. What is Harder and Stroughton? Harder and Stroughton is a British publishing house, now an imprint of Hatchett. Found in 18. This is stuff they are talking. This is what. So they're making even a distinction between Esau or the Edomites and this white race, the Horites. And they, and I had shown y'all, you can look at my, they also had Horite synonymous with troglodyte, as I've shown you. This is what I believe is the origin of the said Neanderthal gene. And I've also found linkings that this would may be behind the whiter skin. Now, I'm not saying you can't have lighter skin or tawny skin or skin of my complexion and be indigenous, as we know, like when you learn about dominant versus recessive traits. And just for the knowing, country of Adom. This is in sub-Saharan West Africa. Now, did we have Edomites? Did we have Edomites in, but that's a whole nother conversation. In sub-Saharan West Africa, perhaps of the Edo state, that's another conversation. Oh yeah, what's this here? Oh yeah, Fula. Yeah, this is what I was meaning. Okay, I got this bookmarked. On the Fulani, for instance, I can't highlight it, but it says here, where is it? Where is it? Oh, wait, I thought I said. I know it's here. It's just not highlighted. Yeah, I can't like really highlight it. No, these are. Okay, fulo or pulo is a singular and fulbi is the plural. The root of the word full meaning F-U-L meaning red, ruddy, or light brown. Oh yeah, and I have told y'all I have found some information that the Fulani, I showed them already. Oh yeah, Adoma. Notice how they have Adoman, Edom, Phoenicians. Remember I said Phoenicia also word term for red. These are the Fulani people. I do believe that these are Semitic, not Hamitic Africans who are descendants of Edom. And I'm not saying that they're not black people, but yeah, this is just something, the Fulani. But it does, and it was said that the Hausa are, represent the original descendants of or Syrian, that they're also Semitic, the Hausa. And it does make you wonder with this whole thing with the Fulani and the Hausa versus the Igbo, who we definitely know of Yasharel, although they're all Semitic. Like I said, not all Africans are Hamitic. But understand that our people have been scattered. Oh, wait, it's on the Idoma, but I don't want to get into the whole thing with the Idoma, because I know I may offend some people. Yeah, and what the color red symbolizes with the Idoma. I don't know why I pulled all this up. I really don't. Yeah, Portuguese described as swarthy. The English Jew is white. The Portuguese swarthy, etc., etc. Swarthy features of the Ishmaelites. We know that swarthy means dark skin. Ishmaelites. Some people think that the Arabs are the Ishmaelites today. What's this? Yeah, and just so you know, swarthy, to be dark colored, dusky, dark colored, dusky, swarthy. They also reference, this is Bible interpreter, swarthy, beauty. I am black, but come ye. They're using the scriptures. But interesting how they also have this one on a fair woman. Fair just meant beautiful, not white skin. They change things over time. Just like why does straight hair have to be fine hair? White skin, fair skin, This is interesting here. This is kind of confusing. This is interesting here. From 1886, this is from a sermon, English. The Simplicity That Is in Christ, Woodland Church, Philadelphia. So this is from a sermon. Page 2. Okay, from page 279. Esau because he was ruddy and loved Jacob because he was swarthy or fair. That is confusing. Okay. A great deal more damaging and mischievous than if we were to judge that God hated Esau because he was ruddy, redskin, and loved Jacob because he was swarthy or fair. Now, have you noticed that? How is swarthy synonymous with fair? Because when we think, now we know that swarthy means dark skin. But in today, when they say fair skin, you think white skin. That is confusing. What if fair skin meant something else once upon a time? Now, fair, I believe it just meant beautiful. Usually, relation to youth. That is confusing. But I notice here in this, the Bible interpreter, okay, giving you information. This is from 1897. The Bible interpreter or improved helps to study the Bible, complete an analysis of the Holy Bible or the whole Bible range and subject. And understand, this is after the Enlightenment era. This is after slavery. Yeah. So some things that this is just okay. Now here, if you notice in here where they have swarthy in this book, swarthy and beauty. They have the Song of Solomon where scripture where it says, I am black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, and etc., etc. And then they put with beauty as a jewel of gold and a swine's snout, so is a fair woman, which is without discretion. Now I know that fair, I believe, means just beautiful. But why do they have it under swarthy beauty? Why do they have this under swarthy beauty? That's confusing. In their, examples in the Bible of talking about swarthy beauty, first they put the Song of Solomon, I am black but comely, like black and beautiful, O ye daughters of Jerusalem. Now, we know she was talking about her darker skin. She goes into detail on how she was working in the vineyards in the sun. The Shulamite woman to Solomon. But in beauty without discretion, and then he uses Proverbs, oh gosh, what is Proverbs 11, I believe, verse 22, as a jewel of gold in a swine, talking about a woman that's beautiful, although if a woman that's like corrupt, although she's beautiful on the outside, she's like a jewel of gold in a pig snout, basically. So is a fair or beautiful woman, which is without discretion. And notice that they're making fair woman or beautiful woman, they're with swarthy beauty. They have it in the description of swarthy beauty. That is intriguing. That's questionable. But what I'm saying is, the reason I'm pointing this stuff out also, my gosh, ancient man in his first civilizations. How did Jesus and the Hebrews become white? You got to understand, we've been, was that, no, that's not Kanye. We have been lied to through history. And see, these, more than likely, if they're descendants of Esau. Oh, and let's not even go to Lakeisha Reliefs. But there has been so much lying through history. Y'all, and they're still lying. Do you know just how much we've been lied to? If only you knew. If only you knew. When you do the digging. Oh, and just so you know, where did I get? Now, things might have changed. I could show you the catacombs where I got most of these pictures and stuff that I have. Okay. The sites here. Like this one. Catacomb Eden. Catacomb Eden. Oh, I'm sorry. Catacomb Edi Napoli. Like Italy. Okay. Napoli. All right. But I got to put together something that's more polished than this, obviously, apparently. I need to put together something that is more polished than what I've done in the stream, which is very stretched out and drawn out. And I don't think people would be able to pay attention. But it's not just me talking on these things. But me doing this live stream, it just allows me to collect and, but I need to put together a better, more polished video. I know that. I got to stop being lazy. I got to get on what I know I need to be doing. Something that I know would keep your attention a little more, because 4 hours, this being stretched out. And and I still ain't even covered. So, yeah, so much for what you were claiming. Yeah, like I said, if you want to, then you can always Lionstein's, baby. Nobody's stopping you from making videos, presenting the information you have. But you got to understand, see, a lot of this information you have is the information that's already been pushed on the so-called information that you're not going to be showing us nothing new. But see, what we have been trying to do, persons like myself, we are showing you something new, or actually something that's very ancient, but hidden. That's the thing. We have, since everyone's into hidden colors, hidden this and that. Check out Benai Israel's Hidden Hebrews. See, we're not actually showing you information that's new. Actually, we're showing you information that's definitely ancient and hidden. See, you're not saying to me with the post that you left here, you're not telling me what we haven't already been pushed on us. You're leaving posts as if you actually know his DNA. See, and I didn't just go, it wasn't just because I say so. Now I'm going to give you my opinion, yeah. But I'm going to give you my opinion backed by information and evidence. And although I went to real world history, and sites that you may see as Afrocentric towards the end, most of this information that I got and that Real History and these other sites that you might see as Afrocentric, we got this information from the same people who have been from your people. Okay? Your writings, the paintings that are now in your museums, the museums in Europe and parts of Asia and North Africa that has become Caucasoid dominated. Okay. So I will get back to y'all. I would try to, y'all willing, give me the strength to just get back into, and the spirit to get back into making more polished videos. But I do ask that you please check out. You please check out before we go. I still have that video up. Just take your time when you get a chance. Oh, wait, where is it on this channel? Shame on me. I don't have it up on this channel. I'm supposed to have it up. Oh, wait, in videos. Okay, I think it's in videos. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm supposed to still be screen sharing. Fuck go. On this channel here, please check out. Okay. Yahusha, aka Jesus, did exist. Receipts. Justin talking about, okay. Justin talking about his, and just verifying his existence. Okay, not really going into race. Yeah, and the sources provided within the video. But going more so talking about his existence. Okay. Causing confusion. But yeah, so please check that out. I ask that you check that out. So you don't think that I'm going through all this and discussing a fairy tale. Far from it. He definitely exists. Now, the next step would be, in confirming his divinity. But whether or not you believed he was divine, holy, the son of the Most High Creator, Yahuwah, you cannot deny that Yahusha, spoken of in the New Testament, did exist. Indeed. Even the scholars cannot deny it. So I'll get back with y'all later. Enjoy the rest of your day. Much peace and much love, family.